Pūroro Waihanga meeting. That's the Infrastructure Committee meeting. We do have some folks online, both councillors and members of the public, so we are quorum. Yeah, but we're expecting a few other people to come along. For now, I think we'll say the karakia. I guess we've done this for a while. Yeah, Wakakatoho, Tonga, Yama, Kina, Kiuta, Yama, Tata, Kitai, Ki, Ana, Tiatukura, He Tiho, He Huka, He Hu, Ti He, Modi, Ora. Just trying to find the karakia amongst that. I knew this would get me. Okay, thanks everybody. So we're going to move to apologies. I have, I'm assuming, it was communicated to me that Councillor Young is not well, would make it if she could. I don't see her online, so we'll take that apology. I have partial departures for Councillors Wolf and Condi, and then I will be, if we're not finished by 1:30, I will be a departure, early departure from then, and Councillor Condi will take the chair. And I'm looking at Liz Kelly. You're also a early departure? Okay.
I'll be absent from 10 o'clock to just after 11, if that's okay.
Okay, well, let's keep an eye on
hopefully the quorum isn't affected.
All right, well, I move that those apologies be accepted. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Condi, put your votes in the usual way. We could actually do this, couldn't we? Green. And apologies for lateness. Welcome, Your Worship, and Councillor Foon. Has that passed?
I'm waiting for them to vote.
The latecomers. Oh, God, it's hopeless with these glasses. Mayor Foster, would you like to vote green or red to accept apologies? That's carried, great. I call on members to declare conflicts of interest if they've got any. Anyone got conflicts of interest? No, we'll move on. Confirmation of the minutes. I move the motion that we approve the minutes of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held 23 March. They've been circulated and taken as read and confirmed an accurate record of that meeting. I will move that, seconded by Deputy Mayor Free. Put the motion, which moved and seconded. Press 1 or 2. Actually, is the thing up there? Yes, yeah, I'm doing that. How are we looking? Great. I declare the motion carried. Items not on the agenda. There are no items on the agenda, but should I say something more? There's no, yeah, okay. There's items not on the agenda. Should I, this is where I say something about the order? Yeah, just wanted to say, folks, that I committed to follow up on the fatality of Pūroro, and I've been working with Siobhan on that. We are expecting WorkSafe to come back with a report in April, so that might be late April, so that might be something that will come to the next meeting. Yeah. Okay, there's no public participation today, so we'll move on to item 2.1, which is the petition to install a signalised crossing system at Reorder Park, Onslow College, pedestrian crossing. Is Zach and Soon here to introduce the report? Do we have a petitioner online who's going to speak? Oh, the petitioner? Yeah.
Kia ora koutou, everyone. I'm Amanda Barber, and I'm the instigator of the petition to install a signalised crossing from Reorder Park across to Onslow College, which is located, for those who don't know, on Burma Road, Johnsonville. And the purpose of this petition is, well, again, to install the signalised crossing, but in order to create a more equitable flow of traffic and foot traffic, For those who don't know, it's a notorious area that gets quite clogged because of student traffic moving from the railway station to the college in the morning. So from, say, 8:30 in the morning till about 8:45 when school commences, there is quite a deluge of traffic, and that also means that the intersection from Broadmeadows is blocked off as well. And not only does this go from Burma Road towards back to Kandala, it also goes along, if I recall correctly, Moorfield Road in Johnsonville. So it creates a backlog of traffic going both ways. It also occurs after school from 3:10 to 3:20 approximately, where students just wantonly cross the road in a massive horde. And this creates a lot of traffic problems with buses, with other cars going to and from Johnsonville, parents picking up their students from the intermediate or from the college, and a lot of frustration to be had from everyone. During those off-peak times, there have also been people who take the opportunity to run across and don't look for traffic, don't stop in the middle of the traffic island as per the road code. And I feel that having a signalised traffic light system would create, again, that equitable flow of traffic. It would create safety for pedestrians, like going to and from the college especially, and would just mean a happier commute for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Amanda. We've got at least one question from Councillor Calvert, if you're able to take that.
Of course.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And I know the situation well. I come a couple of times a week. Have you spoken with the school, Onslow College, at all about this?
To my knowledge, well, no, not me personally, but it has been put to them in the past to set up a road patrol system as per other schools, but I have gotten the feedback that they don't feel that it's their responsibility, or that they don't feel that that is specifically a school crossing per se.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. We did ask officers for some advice on that, so that will be good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Worship.
So just picking up on that, Amanda, and thank you. In your observation, whilst the school doesn't think it's a school responsibility, what sort of proportion of the people who are crossing the crossing at those times are school pupils?
A significant proportion.
Would it be close to 100%?
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I was just going to pick up on that. Is it nevertheless safe for the students to be crossing? Is it safety in numbers, or is it so congested that actually it's a bit of a problem for safety?
In terms of safety, I don't think it's a particular problem. Like, there's no one is going to mow them down or anything like that. But it creates a lot of frustration if people are commuting to and from that area, either going to Johnsonville or coming from Johnsonville. I mean, I myself have been late to a job due to that congestion.
Yep.
And people certainly coming up from Broadmeadows, they don't get that opportunity to slip in unless a kind person is happy to let them, because there's just such a condensed line of traffic.
Okay, Councillor Pannett up on the screen has got a question as well.
Thank you very much for this petition. Can I just check, because it's not my area, where is most of this traffic coming from, and could some of it be diverted onto public transport? just because we do put pedestrians at the top of our transport hierarchy. Thank you.
I mean, of course, that's always a consideration and option available to people, but the only, as far as I'm aware, the only main bus routes that go along there are the 24 and the 22. So I don't know. I can't answer that, I'm afraid. I don't speak for the rest of the community.
Okay, folks, any other questions? Amanda, just to be clear, this is a full set of traffic lights that I don't think there's any interim measure between the kids doing the lollipop thing and traffic lights. So either we convince the school to do something about it, or else we'd have to invest considerably into traffic lights. Yeah.
I mean, my idea is not having a fully functioning traffic light system as per se. It's just the crossing, as you would see in town, like the button. So students have an opportunity to cross, and traffic has an opportunity to go through as well.
Oh, so it's the green, red man sort of thing.
Yes, so I beg your pardon for not making that clearer.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, no other questions. Officers' report? Do we do that now? Thanks, Amanda. I mean, feel free to stay there or sit down, but we'll hear what the officers have got to say. Thanks.
So Brad, are you taking this one?
Yes, I am. Good morning, councillors. Yes, so we've put together a reply to the petition from the residents. Effectively, our reply is around the fact that we prioritize our work through the course of the year. A lot of you as councillors will be aware that this intersection has been on our radar for some time, that we've been looking at it for some time, and it is a particularly complex intersection with a number of things regarding safety, regarding cyclists, regarding pedestrians, regarding traffic congestion that we've been looking at. Also, I'd advise that this is a route that is part of city streets, and let's get willing to moving. In our response paper, we've indicated that signalizing this intersection is around $200,000, $150,000 to $200,000. I will caveat that with that number is probably about 3 to 4 years old, and we haven't really evaluated what that number would be at this point in time. Our response to the petition is that through the course of this year, we will be prioritizing our work for this year. And by June of this year, which is effectively in 2 months' time, we'll be able to produce where this investigation sits on our priority listing for the next 12 months. And we'll go back to the petitioner with that in terms of where it sits on our priority. I'm happy to take any questions with regards to this, but I will also like to bring your attention to a point in the paper that indicates that a 10 to 15 minute delay, which is typically what is experienced at this point, is very similar to other schools around the city.
Thank you, Brad. Councillor Calvert had a question.
Yes, Brad, given that most of the people, students crossing are coming to or from the Reorder train station, and that's where the how it occurs. Have you talked with the school at all about whether they would be willing to support some initiative in terms of helping the students get across in groups rather than, as I know, they just sort of dribble across?
No, we haven't at this point. What we've been focusing our attention on up until this point has been around the intersection and trying to get the intersection working particularly well, but that is something that we will look at depending on where this stands in the priority list.
I think I did ask that a couple of months ago, and I understood I had an undertaking that somebody would contact the school.
Sorry, Brad, I think Sun has talked to the principal. I think we have spoken to the principal. They weren't very keen to help. So we've spoken to the principal of Onslow College a couple of times. I also just have a memory from when I had the transport portfolio that Anna's road safety and school transport team had several conversations with the school.
The behaviour change
at that
team.
time, the behaviour change team.
Yeah. So they've been consistently reluctant to assist with this issue.
Okay. In that case, I guess forced me to move the paper, which is sorry. Oh, is this sorry? Oh, sorry, Councillor Matthews.
That's all good.
Another mistake.
Thank you, Councillor Rush. Brad, I guess I just got a question about the sort of the safety issues, because you did mention it. I remember I asked in the written questions when this paper first came to us, whether there had been any incidents where pedestrians are knocked over or, cyclists are hurt or anything like that. And I think I was advised that there wasn't that sort of safety concern at the spot.
With regards to pedestrians, from a crash analysis perspective, there haven't been any major incidents with regards to pedestrians. There have been some with regards to cyclists, and there have been a lot of near misses with regards to cyclists. Near misses are very anecdotal. We don't actually record them, but from an anecdotal perspective, there have been some near misses with regards to cyclists, particularly around the Reorder Chapter intersection.
It would have been good to get a bit more detailed information about that, because I did ask in the written questions and it was basically that there wasn't any. So it'd be good to follow up next time to get that a bit more info. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pennant.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Rush. We're going to get away with me not asking this question. Brad, I found your answer useful. So are you saying that actually a lot of the trips generated are school traffic, parents picking up kids?
We can't really tell where people are coming from or going to, and that's potentially one of the difficulties. Chapter is a commute route. It is well known as a commute route. There is very likely to be a lot of school traffic that's associated with this route.
Well, wouldn't that be obvious if it is just around the school drop-off times?
So around school drop-off times, it is around a 10 to 15 minute additional delay on traffic congestion. So that does quite tend to indicate that it's either commuters or school drop-off.
Okay, and just relating to Councillor Condi's comment, so they have not got a behaviour change program in place at either school?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thanks.
Your Worship.
Thanks. And look, Brad, just to be very clear, so you're saying there's a 10 to 15 minute delay. So that means in free-flowing traffic, go along Burma Road, it might take you a minute, maybe a minute and a half or something like that. Are you then saying that it's going to take you between 12 minutes and about 16 or 17 minutes to get along there at that particular time of the day? That seems an extraordinarily large increase in the timetable taken. Is that what you're saying?
It is, but it is a very short duration in terms of a time period during the day, and it is quite relative to other schools across the city in terms of that's what you would expect around school drop-off time.
I was going to say that just seems an extraordinarily long delay given especially that it's a short period of time. Okay, thank you.
Built transmission gully to save 11 minutes.
Kia ora. Thank you, Brad. I guess I'm just a little bit curious about a precedent in a situation like this, because obviously in most communities, colleges and schools have the same issue. I know in my community we've got a number of schools that do block the main road through the movement of our tamariki, and people in the community are just aware that time is a time where you just go, I'm not going to drive past that school between this time, and it's what you do. So I'm just wondering what sort of requests we do get around the city, and any sort of thoughts around what this could impact on in the future if we went with it.
I think I'll come back to what we indicated in the paper, which is around the fact that we do prioritize all the requests that we get. Prioritization is done based on evidence. and we tend to prioritize greater safety concerns higher than others. Traffic congestion isn't necessarily a large driver for us, particularly when it's an isolated period in the day around traffic congestion. Given the workload and the priority that we need to assign to projects, we kind of look at prioritizing the greater safety impact as our biggest driver for projects of this nature.
Thank you. And Councillor Matthews again.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to clarify, Brad, because I think you were talking about Raroa Chata, which is actually Pūroro, which is different, as opposed to Raroa Intermediate. So those cycling concerns, my understanding is that's Raroa Chata and Pūroro rather
yes,
than... Yeah, great. Thank you.
All right. I will... Oh, that's the end of questions anyway, so I will... where am I? Moving the motion. I just think... perhaps if some of the ward councillors might want to have a chat with the petitioner, and just there's a little bit of uncertainty in my mind around all this, and it'd be quite good if ward councillors might do that. So otherwise, I shall move the motion, and in addition to receiving the information, we'll thank the petitioner for coming as well. So I have a seconder. Councillor Condi, thank you. I now put the motion, move and second.
Thanks.
Oh.
Kia ora.
I'm in a hurry.
Just to acknowledge that I'm sure Councillor Day and I have both used this pedestrian crossing multiple times and been caught in traffic as well on it multiple times. You know, it is a real frustration in the community, and it is a significant delay for a very short period of time. I've certainly sat in that traffic, and you basically see kind of one student, then two students, then one student, and not a single car gets through the pedestrian crossing for 5-10 minutes. And so everybody's just sitting there. That said, I think we can kind of see that given that's really only during these school periods, that $150,000 to $200,000 to fix the problem feels out of proportion, given that there's no safety issues here. It's very frustrating to me that the school is not willing to be more part of this conversation. As I said, I've been part of following this conversation up for now probably 2 years. When I first got the transport portfolio, this pedestrian crossing was discussed, and we did follow it up through the behaviour change team who work with schools. And sadly, Onslow College has just shown no interest in participating in this. I reflect on what happens at Tawa College in our community, which is another pedestrian crossing right outside of college, and it gets terrible when school gets out and they all come flooding out at the same time. But what they've done at Tawa College is that they have a staff member who just goes out and stands at the pedestrian crossing, and once 3 or 4 cars build up at the pedestrian crossing, they just say, "Oh, you lot stop." And the kids stop, and 4 or 5 cars go through, and then they let the kids go again for a while. And it's so simple. It takes one staff member 20 minutes twice a day, and it just keeps the community on side, and it keeps the traffic flowing. The idea that we would, because the college aren't willing to do something like that, we would spend $150,000 to $200,000 on a traffic light leaves me kind of bamboozled. So perhaps Councillor Day and I can kind of take on board that we might go and speak with the principal and the board of trustees at the school, because there's just such a simple solution here that the school, seem really unwilling to consider. So I can understand they don't need a lollipop crossing here because it's not a safety matter, but just having an adult supervising the crossing to make sure the traffic is flowing makes all the difference in the world in Tawa. It does.
Thank you, Councillor Condi. Councillor Day.
Kia ora. I was going to say exactly the same thing around the Board of Trustees, and I wonder if I could do an amendment to request that the ward councillors send a letter with support of the committee to the Board of Trustees to request some action on that, because I think it's a wider community issue, and it will actually be affecting the parents, probably the staff and the teachers, maybe not so much, but the parents will definitely be aware of it, and that might be the best way to go. And And I do agree that Tawa College has got a system that works, and actually, as much as anything, it also is just a way of them kind of touching base with students as they're arriving at school and leaving. And so there is a positive benefit to that. But I have too sat in the traffic watching children just go across the road, and you just can't go. So I do have sympathy and understanding with our petitioner, and thank you for taking the initiative to come and talk to us, because it is an issue for the community, and it does become a safety issue at times when people get irritated, and maybe 10 minutes down the road they don't react as well because they're feeling annoyed because they've sat and waited. So I do think that we should do that. So I've got some wording for an amendment. I'm just going to read it. I'm going to read it.
Should we add it to the substantive?
Well, you could add it, whatever, as long as we know that we've got the committee's support too. If Councillor Condy and I write, I think it would be good to do that. So, and Councillor Fitzsimons will second, because you're... Oh, it's incorporated. Cool. Thank you.
I've just been speaking to Siobhan about exactly the same idea.
Yeah. Good, eh? Good. Great minds think alike. Cool. Thank you.
Well, let's just see the language and... yeah, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. I'm going to just put a slightly different perspective on this.
That's why we love
the reason I asked a few questions is that it does sound like some of this traffic is being generated from the school, and the answer to that is travel demand management and thinking about different ways of travelling, rather than just saying, oh, well, we need a teacher out here, or the school needs to do something, or we need to spend lots of money on a light. I've taken a pretty consistent view that the schools are really where we need to put some energy into making it easy and safe for parents and caregivers and children to get there safely. And we can't do that until we've got cycleways and lower speeds, obviously. But the pedestrians are at the top of our hierarchy. Young people are important to us. And so I just want to assert that importance, rather than always talking about the needs of adults who want to travel fast. Thank you.
Am I allowed to give Councillor Day a hand, aren't we? We're not.
I'm going to be very quick.
Sorry, Councillor Matthews as well. Yep.
Mine is very quick, and I was just going to say the fact that we have the issue is that most of the kids are actually walking, and that's a good thing. So it is, and that's what I've seen. Burma Road just has, and the councillors from Onslow Western Ward will be aware. You just see kids walking all down Burma Road for quite a long stretch. So actually, it is a really good walking community in that respect, and I think that's why this is such a challenge.
Councillor Matthews.
Yeah. Just I guess to echo that, we have a child at Onslow now, and we've had 2 children go through that. And they catch the train, and heaps of kids going to these schools catch the train and crossing the road, and going meeting their friends and doing all these things. So it is a good sign about the school population. But I think that the offer from the ward councillors to kind of have a chat or send a letter with the board to the Board of Trustees, and we do need to prioritise the rights of children and young people to cross the road to go to school safely. But if they can do it in a slightly more organised way, then it'll be a lot better for everybody. Thank you.
Good. Any other speakers? I won't say much, but other than thank you for that common sense approach. I think that will be well received and is an appropriate way forward. So again, thanks to the petitioner for bringing this to attention. It's been moved and seconded, so please, green or red, thanks. I went slightly early, yes. Okay, thanks. That's been carried, yeah. So moving on to general business, but before doing that, I want to, as advised early this morning, reorder the agenda items to facilitate the officers that will be giving us some help. So in accordance with Standing Order 19.1, I'm proposing to reorder the agenda items as follows. So 3.1 stays as it is. then followed by 3.3, then 3.4. 3.9 is the OPEX paper. Then we go back to 3.2, 3.5, 6, 7, 8. Are there any objections? None. Okay, I shall so move. Oh, it just happens. Okay, this is just a unilateral. Chairman's right. All right. It's nice to know these things. All right, well, let's move on to general business. Item 3.1, the land disposal, Hanson Street Service Lane, Mount Cook. Siobhan Proctor will introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. Isolation strips are 400mm strips of land that are created to prevent legal access to service lanes by owners of adjoining buildings that do not contribute to the financial cost of the service lane. The owner of 25 Hanson Street proposes a multi-storey 12-unit development and needs to obtain legal access to the Hanson Street service lane, and to do this we're proposing that we sell one whole isolation strip and part of a separate isolation strip totalling 7.24 square metres of land. So the paper before you is asking that Council delegates the power to conclude the sale to the Chief Executive. And we have Paul Davidson from the property team here to answer any questions you may have.
Colleagues, any question? Anyone online? Questions? No, I think you've been abundantly clear. Oh, Councillor Foon.
Just a quick question around what will this mean for the other strips? I noticed that the strip looks like it extends. Sorry, I can't get into my diligent. Across other properties. So will this mean that those other properties?
So that just stays the same?
Yeah.
Yep.
It just stays the same for them. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I was thinking.
Any other questions? I can't see the light. Online. No. Okay, so I can move that now. Yeah, I can. So, well, I'll move the motion that the officer's recommendations be accepted as is, and I'm looking for a seconder. We don't have any seconders. That's awkward. Councillor Calvert, thanks very much.
I don't want to speak.
I won't speak. Councillor Calvert won't speak. Is there any debate? I won't. No reply. Good. We'll invite you all to vote with the green or red button. There's a more formal way of putting that, I know, but now we go to Three Waters. Councillor Day. Not what the machine says. Okay, thank you, colleagues. That's been unanimously supported. Moving to item 3.3, Three Waters Reform Update, or just to say that I think we'll get through this paper and then we'll have a cup of tea. But before then, 3.3, Three Waters Reform Update. Siobhan, I believe, Ewan is... We've got Dougal as well. Yeah, Mr. List, please come up. Nice to see you again, as always.
Okay, so welcome to Dougal. Dougal's leading the project to support the Wellington Region Councils through the Three Waters Reform Programme, and he's here to give us a broad update on the Three Waters Reform, including the report from Doug Martin's working group on representation, governance and accountability, the expected timeline from here for Three Waters Reform Programme, an overview of the Better Off and No Worse Off funding that DIA is announced at the beginning of this month, community engagement and the risks around transition. And I'd also, I think you all know Heath George, who's sitting at the back. He is now our Three Waters Transition Manager as well, so Wellington City Council. Over to you, Dougal. Sorry, Chair. I should have said that to you.
Sorry, Mr. List. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and kia ora koutou. Very nice to be here in person to see you all again. So as Siobhan's outlined, this is really a recap on where we're at with the reforms process and what to expect next. We have got some new updates, particularly around the Better Off funding, which is something just to run through today as well, and particularly the transition risks, which I think are really relevant, particularly in the context of some of the other agenda items today as well. So let's go to the next slide there. So just recapping on the reforms, as you'll all know, this is a government-led reform, but it's a very significant reform. It has really significant impacts on all local authorities and communities, and that it fundamentally proposes to change how water service is delivered to customers and communities. And essentially taking 3 water services from the 67 councils that currently provide it and establishing 4 large multi-regional water service entities to provide those functions. And that would be supported by economic regulation, which is being considered and worked through a policy process led by MB. So in practice, this has a large implication for councils in terms of your balance sheets, in terms of your revenue, in terms of your relationship with customers. So there will be a lot of transitional issues to work through, as I think you had a bit of a highlight of last time from the acting transition director. And essentially what it means is that those accountabilities for water services will be transferred to the new water services entities from 1 July 2024. So ahead of that time, or in the lead into that time, Wellington Water will be disestablished, and staff and functions and assets will be transferred to the new water services entity, who would then charge customers directly for those services and have that direct interface with customers, and also a different kind of interrelationship with councils and communities in relation to planning and strategy. So go to the next slide. So just in terms of key updates, so firstly we do have a new policy director at DIA who has replaced Alan Pragnell. Hamiora Balkett, who's ex-TPK, has taken over the reins there and is in the process of driving through that policy framework. Part of what they've done in the last month is provide feedback to council's 8-week letters. So those were sent out on the 7th of March. So that provided some of the feedback on key issues that communities had raised on the reforms. We've also had the working group report, and I'll come to that, on governance, which was released on 9th of March. And there's been some ongoing debate around the reforms and the positioning of reforms by the Communities for Local Democracy group. So this is a group of 32 councils who have joined another group who are essentially proposing a different model of water reform. So what they're saying is they don't oppose water reforms, but they think that there is another better way of achieving that, and that's largely based on councils retaining ownership and control with some form of financial assistance from government and quality controls around how water services are provided.
Can I just very briefly ask a question, Mr. List? Is Upper Hutt joined that group, am I right?
Yes, in our region, Upper Hutt has joined the group, Masterton has joined the group, several other councils have debated joining the group, and it's been, they've decided not to do so. But in our region, yeah, Upper Hutt and Masterton are both members. So we are now really waiting on
I just wondered with both of those councils if they did it with the support of mana whenua. Do you know if there was a joint approach on that?
I can't answer that question, Councillor, but I do know that joining the group has met with some considerable concern from mana whenua. Dunedin's probably the most obvious example of that, where they joined the group. Significant concern was raised about how that group was engaging with mana whenua by Ngāi Tahu, and as a result, Dunedin City Council have chosen to withdraw from the group.
Thank you.
So the ball really is in Cabinet's hands. We are waiting for a response. We are still expecting a response imminently. I've gotten the presentation there by April. Hopefully we'll hear soon how the government is going to respond to the working group report and how they propose to move forward with this process. So watch the space really. But we do expect a Cabinet response soon, which will outline response to the working group, the timelines and the process, particularly around select committee process moving forward from here, which would mean we'll have a clearer timeline on that select committee process in the bill, but we expect that that would be from around May if the government pushes forward on that basis. There'll be at least 2 rounds of legislation on the water services entities, establishing those and setting up all their powers and functions, and all the subsequential amendments to things like the Local Government Act, and there'll also be legislation required to establish the economic regulator, which is likely to be late this year or early next year as well. So the implications for councils really are considering how to respond to the select committee process. We'll be doing some work across the region to do some joint thinking, but it's likely that each council would make their own individual submission through the select committee process. And also, as you'll be aware, councils are considering how to provide information to their communities about the water reforms. There is a lot of misunderstanding about the reforms process, so how to provide accurate information to communities. And as you'll be aware, some councils are choosing to seek feedback to inform their position, such as Hutt City. If we can move on to the next slide. In terms of that governance working group, so it was a really good group that was brought together. We had the opportunity to go along and present to one of their meetings. It was a joint group of mana whenua and council representatives, and as you know, Doug Martin gave you a bit of an update on where they were at last time. Their report put forward 43 recommendations. These are really the core tenor of the recommendations. So first of all, there was unanimous support from the group, and I should note, Mayor Goff, thank you, did put forward a minority report as well as an addendum to this. So firstly, co-governance was unanimously supported by the working group as a really important platform of water reforms, and also Te Mano Te Wai as a korowai across the reforms process and how water should be managed within New Zealand. Public ownership was one of the key issues that they did focus on very, very strongly, and they put forward a recommendation of a revised ownership model whereby there'd be a shareholding type arrangement for councils based on population in each council area. They also focused a lot on tightening accountability. There was a lot of concern about these big organisations won't have any connection or local voice and local influence, and so they really tried to put forward recommendations which would tighten up accountabilities, particularly around the statement of intent, the statement of performance expectations, and performance reporting to make sure that was well managed. Also proposed strong connections to local communities through having the sub-regional working groups, which you may recall we talked about, and it's particularly come out of the Wellington region, and establishing a water services ombudsman so that there was somewhere to raise issues in terms of concerns from a customer or community perspective. So we're really waiting to see how the government now responds to these recommendations. Go to the next slide. So in terms of the transition process, this is really the engine room of the DIA machinery to reform water. The National Transition Unit is up and running under Heather Shotter, ex-CEO of Palmerston North City Council, and their board chair, Sir Brian Roach. So they've got some really good people at the helm. They will be gearing up to around 120 people just for the National Transition Unit, and then the local establishment entities, which become the water services entities, are on top of that. So one of the issues that is happening now is there's a lot of demand for staff into the organisations, which is a risk for us. They have released the criteria for the Better Off funding, and I'll come on to that as well. So in terms of next steps, we are working through a number of information requests currently. There's a large technical program underway, working through some of the asset management and water management issues at an early stage, which is drawing in some key staff from Wellington Water. And we are also expecting further information on the methodology for how the no worse off funding and debt will be calculated. And this is obviously incredibly important to Wellington City, because this is the methodology by which DIA will agree how much debt is associated with water, what are the impacts of the loss of revenue and the assets from your asset base. So fortunately, Heath is on the working group for that, so we've got good insights for that. So there's a few implications, particularly around resourcing for this work. We're still struggling to have a really clear program from DIA about what they're doing and when and what the impacts of that are on councils, so we're just trying to stay ahead of the game around that work. If we go to the next slide. So the Better Off funding, just to quickly go through this. So this was the $2 billion of Better Off funding for councils, essentially a bit of a sweetener to encourage participation in water reforms. And it's going to be released in two tranches. So the funding and criteria for the first tranche, the first 25%, has now been released. and the remaining 75% will be released in 1 July 2024. I won't run through that in too much detail, but for Wellington City Council, obviously that's $57 million in total, or $14 million now. And there's a process, of course, to run through in terms of an application process for that, and we're just seeking quite a bit of feedback on that from DIA around what can and can't be achieved. Go to the next slide. So just at a high level, the timeline. This diagram is actually 3 or 4 months old now, and it kind of highlights the issue that there is a lot of work to do across the bill process and the policy process, and at a transition process as well. And we are still working to get more visibility of that. But in terms of the key planks, certainly the first bit of legislation for the Reorder reforms is really the next big chunk of deliverable that needs to come out of DIA. And that'll be followed by subsequent legislation and really a very involved transition process sitting beneath that as well. Just moving on to the challenges and risks. So water reforms, as I said, it's a really large change program. It's probably beyond the scale of anything DIA has managed before. Managing change across 67 organisations and establishing 4 new water services entities is a large challenge for anyone to take on. So we do have some risks of managing resources into this work while also maintaining business as usual, particularly for Wellington Water. So that is something that we're really quite focused on at the moment, is how we work with and support Wellington Water through what is a perfect storm of staff shortages, increased costs, customer expectations, a failing network, COVID, and water reforms and heightened expectations around water drinking standards. So transition risk management for Wellington Water, is a shared responsibility between Wellington Water and shareholding councils that we really need to focus on quite closely over the next 24 months. We are still working to get more detail from DIA on funding and resource support for the work and clarity of their timeline and expectations. And in the context of that, some of the political decisions obviously remain unclear until we have clarity of how the government's going to respond to the working group report. Still, things are a little bit unclear. So we're meeting these challenges through a shared team of resources across the region. We've got an active working group across all the councils who share insights and ideas and knowledge with one another. We've got a kind of core team of support in behind that, setting up transition managers like Heath within each council to make sure there's a lead point of contact on these issues as well, making sure we've got that transition plan being developed with Wellington Water, so we're really clear on those transition risks and how we're managing those as well, and good clear public information about the reforms. So just to wrap up on the last slide there, in terms of recap of what to expect, say it one more time, this is a big change program, and will be a big change program for the sorry, I'll just go to the last slide there. This is a big change program will be for the next 2 years. We are expecting government decisions imminently, which will then clarify the bill process from May onwards. Councils are obviously all quite focused on that better off funding, and several councils are actively considering options around that now. We're going to start to see the local entities to be being set up, and that's who we really want to engage with. So we're mainly engaging with a national organisation with DIA, and we want to be engaging more with the local establishment entity so that we can get into that transition activity and enable a go-live date of 1 July 2024. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thanks very much, Dougal. I've got a few questions. I don't know if others do as well, but we got a list of people speaking, wanting to question. We've got Liz, we've got there's Mayor the Worship. There's Worship the Mayor. I've just got a few questions if I can start off. Can you just maybe explain a little bit better? I believe there's that one of the recommendations is that there will be more of a regional sort of catchment group that would then report to the entity's reference group. Can you explain what that might look like in a Wellington context?
Really raised, particularly from the Wellington region, is if we're in a multi-regional entity which stretches from the top of the south through to Tairāwhiti, how do we get local voice? How do we ensure our local priorities are heard in a more effective way? So one of the ideas that we put up and has been taken as a recommendation by the working group is to establish basically a sub-entity representation group, which would be particularly where those kind of key issues of spatial planning, investment planning, transport alignment could be raised, and made sure that the investment prioritisation was considered at that more localised level. So it'd still probably be a Wellington regional kind of a scale, but at least it gave better alignment with other planning alignment that's kind of coming through, like with the RMA reforms.
So it'd be kind of, for us here in Wellington, it'd be similar to a Wellington Water Committee or something like that, where we would be able to feed. So that was my idea, I think. Anyway, thanks. I've got a few other questions, but I know others do as well. So, Liz.
Thank you, Sean. My question is, when you were talking about the Communities for Local Democracy group, who are those people? Are they groups from the community, or are they council representations?
So I'm not involved in the Communities for Local Democracy, so I need to speak on behalf of what I know about them. So the group was established by a number of councils who were concerned that their views weren't being heard, and they had an alternative view about how water reform could proceed. So the chair of the group is Mayor Warboys from Manawatu District Council, and the deputy chair, I believe, is the mayor from Selwyn District Council. But it's made up of councils that have essentially chosen to join the group, and they pay a stipend to be part of that, and have a project manager and some support in behind them to develop an alternative reform model from what is being proposed by the government.
So are there many?
There are 32 councils that have chosen to join, so nearly half of councils have chosen to join this group.
Okay. I thought we don't have a choice.
Well, what the government has said to date, and hopefully we'll get clarification in the next few weeks or so of how they're choosing to proceed, is that the reforms will be legislated. It will be, this is what is happening. Councils are creatures of statute, and if the government of the day chooses to change legislation, the government of the day chooses to change legislation.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, Foster.
3 questions if I can. The first one of them it kind of relates to both the papers which we've got today on water, or 2 of the papers we've got today on water. The criteria for better off funding. And then the second part of that question is, what can you tell us about no worse off funding, because that's a really big issue for us.
I might draw on Heath for the second question. So the criteria for better off funding, so there is a whole annex of criteria related to the better off funding. In a nutshell, what the conditions of funding are that councils comply with the reforms process and don't unduly withhold information or secondment of staff. So there are some risks and issues in terms of those conditions. In terms of the broader conditions, there is an application period from now through to September to make applications for the initial tranche. Funding is provided essentially as money is utilised, so it's paid back as it's spent, and there's a 5-year period to utilise the initial tranche of funding.
And it can be used on anything in particular?
The very broad criteria. It does not have to be spent on water. So essentially the criteria are supporting communities to transition to a sustainable and low emissions economy, including by building resilience to climate change and natural hazards, or delivery of infrastructure and or services that enable housing development and growth with a focus on brownfield and infill development opportunities where those are available, and or delivery of infrastructure and or services to support local placemaking and improvements to community wellbeing. And I understand DIA is quite open to whether that's CapEx or OpEx. Essentially, they've said it can't just replace existing money, but it could help accelerate something that is proposed already. Some councils are raising issues on this, though, so we had a bit of a regional catch-up yesterday, and some councils are raising the issue of could it be used to retire higher cost debt, effectively. or could they hold the funding back for this initial tranche until the second tranche and make an application for the whole lot all at once? One of the risks that we face is that this funding is here and now available. The other 75% is promised in 2 years' time.
Yeah, I hear you. And the no worse off funding?
Sorry, yes. So the no worse off funding is essentially the methodology by which DIA will calculate how much debt does each council have, and of course all councils are not the same.
Exactly.
Debt is held and managed and accounted for in a myriad of different ways across local government. What is the impact of the removal of your assets from your balance sheet? What is the impact of the removal of the revenue? And what does that mean overall in terms of your overall financial position, so that you are not overall in a worse off financial position? So for some councils, this is a reasonable conversation. For Wellington City, I'm aware, Sarah's walked in at a perfect time. This is obviously a very important conversation.
Yes.
Yeah. So we know that they've got KPMG doing some work on the initial methodology. We don't have a lot more than that at the moment.
Want to say anything on that, Sarah?
Probably missed the conversation, I suspect.
The question was essentially where were we at with the no worse off
Yeah,
funding?
no, the conversation is continuing. Yeah.
Okay. And look, my other question was in respect of the recommendations, recommendation 2, bullet point 2, Council's been consistent in support for Government's Three Waters Reform Programme. I would have thought we've at best had a nuanced view, which is, yeah, we like this bit, we don't like this bit, whatever. I'm not sure that's a statement of truth. And I look back at the recommendations that we passed in September last year, it doesn't say that at all. It says all kinds of different things, but I think that just, where did that come from? I mean, I know officers support it, but I'm not sure that the elected council, I think the elected council has a variety of views, and that's reflected in a very nuanced set of resolutions we passed to date.
Yeah, I think there was one specific resolution around how we would collaborate with government.
Can you remember when that was passed? And I've got.
Would have been September.
Yeah, I've got the September ones here. So.
Can I, through you, Chair, perhaps I could just comment on this. I think what we mean by consistency is that the Council has a consistent view from the outset of the mayoral Three Waters Task Force that change and some form of reform is needed. I also agree with the Mayor that, of course, your views on that are nuanced, and you conveyed those views in a letter on behalf of the Council after the Council's resolution of September last year. But overall, the thread through that is you have indicated an agreement with the need for reform, some form of change, and secondly, that the councils who are going to become part of Entity C would work in a collaborative way together as we move through the transition.
Can I ask that we actually, if we're going to put something there, if we really want to put something there, we put something that's more akin to that? Rather than what's there, because that's not.
I tend to agree. I do wonder whether an amended substantive which says that council's been consistent in its support for Three Waters reform is what we mean. Anyway.
There will be people who will then hang, draw and quarter us for whatever we say there, and I don't particularly want to be hung, drawn and quartered for no purpose.
Happens to me all the time. Toughen up, son.
Yeah, not all of us try and make it self-inflicted, though.
Someone's got to be the bad guy. What do you propose? Well, okay.
The question, and it's quite clear that it's not actually quite accurate. So, yeah. So.
I had a couple more questions for Mr. List, if that's okay. Firstly, Dougal, you mentioned a couple of councils who are part of the Community for Local Democracies. The Hawke's Bay councils were quite vociferously independent, and then none of the Hawke's Bay councils part of that organisation.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So Waihanga, Napier, and Central Hawke's Bay.
Okay.
I don't believe that Hastings is.
Yeah, okay, interesting. And you mentioned, and I've heard this before as well, about significant misinformation. What's the examples, the best example that is out there, just to make sure that I'm not receiving it?
Well, I think examples that I have seen, I think it's Clayton's Pledge or not Clayton's Pledge, or I've seen email campaigns circulating around with misinformation. It's particularly targeted at misinformation around co-governance and what that means. I think there's a bit of misunderstanding about the intent of co-governance and how that would work in practice, and also there's also misinformation around the intent to privatise or hand over assets, whereas essentially what's proposed is the assets are held in public ownership or publicly held by councils. They're proposed to be publicly held by another statutory organisation with very strong controls around the privatisation of those. And those are particularly the areas where I've seen misinformation.
Okay, well, one last question. We'll have a cup of tea and come back. Oh, okay, well, I've just got one. So can you just articulate then what is the co-governance structure that's been proposed, just so that we're very clear around this table?
That's actually quite a difficult question to answer, in that a co-governance structure has been proposed through the exposure draft of the bill, and then also the working group has come back and suggested an amended co-governance structure. But essentially, if I can speak to what is recommended by the working group report, what they are proposing is that there is a co-governance board which sits above the water services entities, which is jointly made up of iwi representatives and council representatives in equal number. And they've suggested that having a representative from every council in the water services entity would simply be unworkable. So I think from memory they've recommended somewhere around 12 to 14 members on that group. So iwi representatives would be selected through appropriate process, and councils would need to work together to agree who would be the representatives on that oversight group. And then similarly, that's the working group's proposal, yeah. Yep. So how
isn't that the government's original proposal?
That's the proposal.
The key difference, I think, is between the exposure draft and the working group report is that under the exposure draft, it was a bit unclear about the total number of members on that oversight group, and you could have potentially a rep from every single council and the whole water services entity, so 22 councils from our area. And also the government proposal didn't really clarify how a sub-regional representation could work as well. So the working group report has also proposed that secondary governance layer at that kind of more regional level, which again would be based on a co-governance approach.
Okay, Councillor Calvert, very quickly.
I've got a couple of questions. Just in terms of risks, how have you factored in, dare I say, if there was a change in government next year, what that might mean? I mean, I'm not trying to get you to sort of decide which way, but it is.
It's a bit speculative, Councillor Calvert, to ask Mr. List to.
No, I mean, yeah, and there'll be a change in council.
It's not about you.
How are you managing those risks? Because obviously there's more stuff to come out, and we could come back. We could be having this paper again in a month or two with something quite different. Would that be right?
Look, absolutely. I can only speculate about the impact of government, and it's more of an issue for DIA to manage in terms of that overall transition program. I think, as shareholders in Wellington Water, though, you have a transition program in front of you by the government of the day, which we need to respond to and manage the risks around that, and really make sure we're supporting Wellington Water through that process as well. I think, if there is a change in government, I think there is still general agreement that reform of water, exactly how it's done, is required. Local government has been asking for reform of water services for 30 years.
Yeah, that's fine. And the $14 million allocated to Wellington City Council, if you take into account all the money that would be allocated across the region, is there any thought with the other councils to say, okay, we've got this pot of money, 50, maybe if we do something that's, we get more money, in the end, because we've pulled our resources together in terms of water infrastructure? Is there any conversations like that happening?
Not as yet that I'm aware of,
Right.
but I think, like yourselves, all councils that are at quite an early stage of thinking about how to most effectively utilise that funding.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Liz, yes, yeah, okay. Can you speak into your microphone, please?
Sorry. Did you hear me? Oh, they did. Oh, okay. In your opinion, do you believe that we have done enough with our funding application for this first tranche of money? Because I agree with you that we should be trying to get more in this first lot because we know it's there. And I'm just asking, do you think that there's room for us to do more? I know we just approved an increase to 24 million to put in a new pump station, that sort of thing. Is there room for us to do more? I know when this first came out, that was what the iwi direction was with the reforms, was for us to put in as much as we could right now to get it in front of them. Well, the money was there, and I'm just wondering, in your view, do you think Wellington City Council have done enough there? Can we get more money?
So this current Better Off funding is a fixed amount.
Oh.
It's a fixed amount, so it's been allocated based on population, size of region, and deprivation. So the amount for Wellington City is a fixed amount. It's gone down a little bit in that DIA initially forgot about Greater Wellington and have since effectively clipped the ticket off the Wellington Water Councils to provide some funding for Greater Wellington as well.
So that's kind of what I'm hearing Diane say. Is that going to happen with the 57 million then, that the rest of the councils in our area, that will have to be shared with the rest of the councils in the region rather than it be spent in Wellington? Is there a risk of that happening?
There's a possibility in that half of that funding comes from the water services entities as they're established. And it's funding that's promised in a year and a half from now. So when we don't have the criteria for that, we've got an indication of the criteria and process. So I think it is worth thinking about what might be required for the tranche 2 funding when you are thinking about this initial tranche 1 funding, just so you're thinking about the both together. And some councils are thinking about that. They're thinking, let's not just think about the 25%, let's think about the 100%, how we can most effectively use that.
So the question was, do you think we've done enough?
Oh, at this point, I think we've basically just got the criteria, so I think that's something that that officers are looking to engage with members on.
Kapai, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Foon. Bondi.
Kia ora, Dougal. Probably just it's important to see the vulnerability around Wellington Water coming from your report as well into how we transition. We're probably all very concerned about that at the moment. What would you say the local established or the organisation that will help us transition? I guess as a council, you can see that we've got the regional. So what would you be suggesting to us so that we don't fall over or we don't suffer critical malfunctions through loss of staff, for example? What have you got any recommendations for us on how we move forward with that transition?
I might refer to Barbara on this one as well, but we are working together with the group of Wellington Water CEs and the client relationship managers to develop a clear framework and process to make sure we've got clarity on the risks and issues for Wellington Water. So we've set a process in place around that and are looking to bring an update on that to the Wellington Water Committee in May. So I think we've got quite good structures already in place in terms of our working group, and working really closely with Wellington Water, working really closely with the National Transition Unit, but there's quite a few moving parts. So we're looking to now move into a more structured change process effectively, which will give us better visibility of the risks and issues and challenges, both at an organisational level for Wellington Water and also what that might mean in terms of service delivery and projects and costs over the next 2 years. It's a very complex environment in which they're working.
Look, I think Dougal has made a great answer, and I support what he said.
Councillor Condi.
Thank you, Chair. I actually just wanted to ask some questions of officers about the changes that you've made to number 3, and was wondering whether this is the appropriate time to do that, because it's the substantive.
Yep.
But also I was just wondering if you are considering making additional changes to the substantive, whether maybe we should take morning tea now, you do that, and then I might have questions about that as well.
Good idea.
Yeah. Just rather than...
Wise beyond your years. Yep. On that note, we'll take a quick break, guys, because we've got 2 Wellington Water papers to follow this one, and officers are only available till midday to help us with that. So we'll go 10 minutes. Yep. Okay, folks, welcome back. Let's get this on the road because we need to get onto our Wellington Water papers while the officers are going to be available. So, are there any further questions of officers? You'll see the amended substantive on screen now. So, over drinks, we've deleted bullet point 2, but we maintain the addition about feedback. In the amended in paragraph 3, Councillor Condi.
Thank you. My first question is just, are staff able to resource this change shown in red for number 3 in the time that's available? Because this is essentially putting an additional engagement process onto our books for the next, it would have to happen in the next couple of months, I'm assuming, to...
Yeah, so it would be very difficult. It would be challenging for us to resource that. We haven't designed an engagement. We don't know what we'd be going out and asking for. And to feed back into the process, I'm just looking at Dougal's timeline now. You know, its select committee process is happening through May and June, so we'd want that to be out mid-May probably. That'd be very challenging.
Okay. What would this feedback for? Because I'm very opposed to the idea of asking people for their views when we can't do anything to change it. So what would the feedback be used to do?
So I guess that's one of our key concerns, is we're not clear on what feedback we would be seeking.
Is that a question for me? Okay.
But any feedback that we would seek, depending on what we would be seeking, could feed through to the select committee process.
So that was going to be my question. I think Hutt City specifically, pardon me, specifically were saying that they were going to use the feedback as part of their submission to the select committee process. Is that, again, looking at the timelines, does that seem like something that we could do, that we could go out, collect feedback to include in our submission and have that all done by the time we need to submit?
I think it would be very tight. I might just ask Dougal about that timeline, because the select committee process, I'm assuming if you got the legislation released early May, you'd be looking at early June for select committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, sorry, we just really don't know that timeline yet, so until the government does make announcements, we don't know the process by which they'll be looking to introduce legislation or go to select committee, so there may be a window and there may not be a window. So I think, as Siobhan's outlined, the timeline at this point could be quite challenging, but it's a bit unclear as well.
Can I ask, just while I've got you, Dougal, can people will be able to make submissions directly to the select committee process? So people who live in Wellington who have strong views about this are able to provide their feedback?
Yes, the formal public consultation process is through the select committee. Yep.
Thank you. And then I guess my last question, if Kareipa's here, would be what could be the effect of this, of us going out and asking for feedback on this on our mana whenua relationship, particularly if we were to ask a specific question about iwi co-governance, which has been the subject of a lot of misinformation and a lot of passionate opposition. You know, what can you see as being potentially the effects on our mana whenua relationships?
Councillor, I think that would be detrimental to our relationship with mana whenua and iwi. We've formed a relationship and just recently signed an agreement with mana whenua which says that we'll work directly with them, and so seeking feedback on an issue that's close to them from other people would probably go against the relationship that I think we've set up and formed over the last year with mana whenua. I also think it's counterproductive to the conversation that you've just had around providing feedback directly. Mana whenua and iwi and also the wider community can provide any feedback they have on a co-governance structure directly through to the select committee as well.
Thanks, that's all my questions.
Councillor Foon.
Sorry, I have a carrot in my mouth.
Let's get it excised. Councillor, sorry, Liz, can you put the mayor down?
Thank you. I think in part though my question has been answered, because I just wanted to say that while I can see what you want to do here, Mr. Chair, with your amendment, is to get feedback from the community, and that was what my question to Dougal was around who that Communities for Local Democracy group were, because I wanted clarity, were they actually the community or council? And they said that was council. Well, I accept that it would be good to hear from the community and for them to be given the right information. I don't believe that's our job. And listening to Dougal, there is an opportunity. Sorry, is that your name, eh? Yeah. Listening to what was said to us in his presentation, it seems to me that there's a space there for anybody to share their feelings or their view directly to the select committee. So hearing from the officers, what we're hearing from the officers is that it's a really tight turnaround for us to be able to go out and to consult with the community. I can't support that amendment. I just think that it's...
We're just doing Q&A at the moment though, Liz, if you want to put all that into your debate. Then...
Well, so in its current form then, of how you're putting it, do you not think though that, you know, what we've been told that it's going to the select committee, do you think we need it?
Well, that's really debate as well, and I'll address that, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to answer that. I mean, and I guess I will, you know, I have from the very early time been suggesting that we should be going out to the community and getting consultation. And when we originally debated this, we did get a mandate to go to the community and ask about the opt-in, opt-out, and then that fell away. And I have been concerned throughout this whole period that we'll get to a point where it's all too late and now we can't do it. And that's what I'm hearing now. So, yeah, I mean, that's... I'm just applying a consistent perspective, and we have heard that actually there might be more time than less. The language is deliberately broad, which provides a lot of flexibility as to what that actually looks like, and we can design it whichever which way, depending on where we need to go early, or do we need to do it quickly, do we do it online, do we do it by Facebook, I don't know, but we have not asked our community at all about this, and it's the biggest change in local government in decades.
Apologies, Chair, is this debate or are we, because I think I only have a question,
yes,
sorry.
I appreciate, was that you, Councillor Matthews?
No, it was O'Neill.
Yeah, no, I mean, I kind of got a bit of a mandate from around the table, people looking at me saying you can answer that sort of thing. So,
okay.
Anyway, so in response to that question, I was prepared to leave it to the debate, but was encouraged to respond to that as the mover. So that's my apologies for that, but I felt I had the feedback.
I know.
And thank you. My apologies that I didn't informally catch up with you.
Let's move on, please, to Mayor Foster, and let's wrap this up and let's get going.
I think Laurie's finished her carrot, so do you want to take Laurie first? So, and then
yes, Councillor Foon, then Hannett, then the Mayor. Wrapping it up.
My question to officers is similar to one that Ms. Kelly asked, or Liz, but just would officers see that it would help offset misinformation by doing a consultation, or do you see that that is not our job?
As highlighted in the paper, it's a central government reform process, and we think they should be leading any consultation or engagement on it.
Love your style. Love your brevity. Next is Councillor Pannett, whose style I also love.
Thanks. Karapa, could I just ask you a question around the co-governance issue, which I think you know I'm strongly supportive of. But I guess just, is there some sort of room for debate about within Māoridom about how you do co-governance? Because there's lots of ways you can structure things, right? There's not just one way, hopefully. So the government's come up with a proposal, and that's their right, and they've done that, and you know they've got a justification for it. But there are other ways of doing it.
Yeah, I I think I understand what you're asking, Councillor. There are multiple ways that this could look in the co-governance space for Māori in particular, but I think the point before was around it should be the Crown central government having that conversation with Māori around what that might look like. I don't think there's a space in there for us as the City Council to co-design what might be the co-governance model with Māori.
Oh, yeah, no, I get that. Sorry, it was just about even having a conversation with our mana whenua partners under our new agreement. Is that possible and appropriate?
Yeah, yes, I think that is a good way. That would be the preferred approach, would be any issues that are on the table for you as a council to discuss and talk about, that you would have that discussion directly with the mana whenua partners to who have signed that agreement, and then have an open, free, frank discussion there and portray those onwards through both Liz Kelly, who's at the table as the mana whenua rep, and hopefully a Taranaki rep in the near future. That would be the preferred way.
Okay, that's super helpful. And Siobhan, can I just ask you, because I helped with the wording of this amendment, which was just, I guess Sean and I saw it as being quite low level, you know, a few meetings, a survey, maybe something on the website saying, look, here are objectively some of the issues. Is that really that difficult to do?
It's very easy to underestimate the effort that's required to do an effective engagement. So yes, it is. It will be quite resource intensive to do this.
And the other question I've got is that generally within local government, you know, that we do consult when there's a matter of high significance. So I guess I'm just curious about how we've understood our responsibility to consult throughout this process, given it's such a big change.
Perhaps, Chair, I can respond to that. I think the key issue here is that there is not a decision for the council to make. The decision is going to be made by central government through a legislative process. If there were a decision to be made by the council, then the Local Government Act would apply. And at one stage early on in this reform process, it was suggested that that process would happen. There was, at the beginning, talk of an opt-in process. That moved to opt-out. But now it is essentially led legislative reform change, and therefore in this case that obligation on the council does not apply.
Sorry, thanks Barbara, I get that it's a legislative process, but we also live in a democracy where we have a chance to debate. So how, I guess, would you see us supporting that process to ensure that that debate is rigorous and robust without obviously being racist?
Through you, Chair, I think what I've just said is that it won't be subject to a council debate. I think the advice you've received already today that the process of consultation and debate will be led via a select committee process is the way to view this particular situation. And the council, of course, itself has the opportunity to make its views known to the select committee, but so do others in our community.
Is that all, Councillor Pennant? So, Councillor Pennant, I'm just kind of reading the room and wondering...
Can I ask a question first?
Oh, sorry.
No,
Councillor Mayor Foster.
And you can take me off the list if I was on there.
Right. Can I just ask, given all that we've just heard, what was the purpose originally of the original wording? Was to provide information to the community on the council's position on Three Waters at the appropriate times throughout the government's program. Because our process will be, we will see the legislation, we will no doubt then make a submission on the legislation. So, what's the purpose of putting ourselves in there? What was that intended to do?
I might just ask Barbara to answer that because I wasn't at that meeting.
Through you, Chair. In the same way that you transparently undertake any submission to central government on any issue that is important to the council. So normally we would bring, if the time frame allows, and it certainly would in this case, we would bring a draft proposed submission to the Select Committee for you to discuss and debate in public. And so therefore, what we've been trying to do throughout this process is to make visible via our website, via your public discussions, such as this one we're having right now, is to conduct transparently the process of Wellington City Council, considering the effects of Three Waters reform, the benefits and other issues that you consider important to articulate via this process. And that's what we meant. We were just acknowledging that it is an important obligation on us to continue to keep our community informed as the city goes through this process.
So that could be it. That could be interpreted in all kinds of different levels, from, hey, we've got a paper on the council agenda, here's our submission on the proposed legislation, it gets covered by the media, it's on our website, end of story. That's one end of it. The alternative end of it, but people might say, well, you've got to then go and communicate that to all kinds of people, to send information out to people about what we're proposing and why we're proposing it and all that kind of thing. So you're very much going for the very passive end.
I think, Mayor, that is a quite leading question of me, because
I'm just checking because different people.
I think the word passive would be absolutely the wrong word to use. Yeah. What we are doing is facilitating your desire to conduct your conversations and to share your views about Three Waters reform in the public arena, and that is what we mean. And I wouldn't interpret it to mean anything other than that.
Okay, look, that's fine. And in terms of this question of the mover, of the amended, well, not amended, substantive, of the words in red there. So what were you intending to do with that? So we get, in terms of the time frame, we will get the legislation. We will then, so having got the legislation, was the intent to then go to the community and say, what do you think of the legislation, in a time frame that allows us then, the community would have to give us feedback on that legislation in time for us to then have our deliberations on the legislation and make our submission. I don't know what the time frame is going to look like for that, but is that what the intent was?
No. I would have thought that we would be easily able to access the survey questions that other councils have put together, for example in the hut, and customise them for Wellington, that they would be then open for a shortened consultation, and it's not unusual for a 14-day period to be used, and sometimes we might do them over holidays, depending on what the time frame is. But the idea is to actually engage with our community.
So the key bit there was on the, because it does say at appropriate times, is that on having received the legislation? Or
no, the appropriate time, in my view, was last year, actually. But
so it's got nothing to do with the legislation, is the question.
No. It's really, once the legislation's out, then it's game over, isn't it?
That's probably a debating point, but yeah, okay. Yeah.
I just wanted to state that I've got an amendment I've passed to the Democracy Services officers that I'll be bringing in the event that the amended substantive number 3 comes. Fail. No, yeah. Well, no, I'll bring it. It's substantive, so I will bring it as a replacement. Sean, can you are you able to put it up so everyone can see it?
I think we've had enough talk about all this, guys, haven't we? So should we?
Sorry, Sean, can we see Jenny's thing? It would be helpful just to see what. Yeah, thank you.
No, I think myself and my collaborator are keen to throw out there that we are wanting some feedback, but that's helpful, Councillor Condi. In that case, I shall move the amended substantive. Is that right, Sean? Okay, and I'm not going to say much because I did have the opportunity to address questions from Liz, but just to reiterate, I suppose, is that this is a massive change, that we really haven't had an opportunity to talk to our community, and we have waited and waited, and I just think that at some point we need to say, well, when are we going to ask? So deliberately the wording is broad and gives officers a chance to respond in an appropriate manner, certainly not all singing or dancing, but certainly some sort of methodology by which we can allow our community to feed back to us. Certainly doesn't need to be onerous. And I'm mindful of how it was dealt with, this type of thing was dealt with when we went to our community for, I think it was iwi representation, which would have a engagement process for targeted groups, and then that was broadened to allow anyone in the city to also do so. So that could be the minimum, and then depending on time, there may be more accelerated or amplified action, I suppose. So I won't say anything more. So I believe that Councillor, and obviously the deletion of bullet point 2 I don't think is controversial, so I won't say too much about that. Councillor Pannett will second.
Thank you, Chair. And just very briefly, look, Mayor Foster, I appreciate you raising that point, and the deletion is helpful given we don't actually have that position, and I think that's very contentious. Just in terms of the requirement to consult, I appreciate that the organisation is under pressure at the moment, with people off with COVID, and we have a lot to do. But just given the critical nature of this reform, I think it would be presumptuous of the council to make a submission without hearing from what people think. So clearly, we have to talk to and listen to our mana whenua partners, and even just doing some things like a survey or asking for some feedback, as we did on the Open Space Network. It's just on our website, we can ask for some feedback. I do find it a bit concerning when people talk about the level of misinformation. There may be that, but also it may be just that people don't agree and they are entitled to. I obviously am strongly opposed to any racist undertones to this debate. It's absolutely critical that we have co-governance, and I just had a wonderful example yesterday of just being challenged by someone about the greening that we're doing of a city, told it wasn't good enough from a Te Ao Māori perspective, and we're going to try and change it and improve on it. So that challenge, that co-governance is absolutely critical. The whole country needs it. But I do think that this council always needs to show humility. It's always, we can always learn more and always do better. And by getting that feedback, we can do an even better submission. And I think, Councillor Condi, I do agree, obviously, we should also actively encourage people to participate intelligently in this debate. I'd also just finally end by, this government has had a great commitment to reform or restructuring of organisations. I did appreciate the columnist who talked about the future careers of the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and interior design. There's been far too much restructuring and not enough actual doing to improve. Every time you restructure, you're costing the country many millions of dollars. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert, I believe. Is that a speaking list? Sorry? Okay, would we have Councillor Condi table her amendment? Yep. Thank you.
If we can have the amendment up on the screen, that would be great. Thank you. Just based on this conversation and some of the questions we've had, I think it's really clear that back when this was an opt-in, opt-out process, of course, consultation was going to be needed and essential. But at this point, the government has said that it is the water reforms are happening and it is not our decision. And I don't want to give the public the impression that we have some control over this that we do not. And I think that by going out and asking them these questions, that is the impression that we will give. I also have a strong view that when it comes to engagement, you should never ask somebody a question where the answer can't change the outcome. And I think in this case, going out to ask people's feedback on this issue can't change the outcome, apart from it might influence a line in a submission that we make. For those who genuinely do want to change the outcome, the appropriate and effective way for them to do that is through the select committee process. And I don't want them to start to think, oh, I submitted to council, therefore I've had my say. So I think that it's really important that that we acknowledge that this is a central government decision, a central government process, and they have a central government process through the select committee consultation to respond to feedback and receive feedback from the community. I also think, this acknowledges that we can do a lot to promote that opportunity and make sure that through our social media channels that people know that is a really important consultation for local government. We can put it potentially on our Pūroro Mai page on the website and say, this isn't our consultation, but off you go. It is really important. There are ways that we can do that to encourage that to happen. I also think, having heard from Karepa today, and we're signing this new partnership agreement with Mana Whenua, and the idea that us going out and asking these questions, particularly when we start talking about iwi co-governance, while there may be plenty of opposition to that is principled and has genuine concerns, there's no doubt that there is also opposition to that is essentially race-based. And I think, exposing our Mana Whenua partners to that in an issue where, again, we have no control. So we would be fueling that conversation for no reason, because there's no control we have over this decision. I think would be very unfair to our Mana Whenua partners in a week where we're about to sign a new agreement in good faith about how we're going to work together. Mayor Foster, are you going to second? Mayor Foster is going to second my amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Condi. Will Mayor Foster want to speak now? Good for you. Yeah. Okay, does anyone want to speak to the amendment? Councillor Fitzhines.
Yeah, I just want to thank Councillor Condi and Mayor Foster for bringing this amendment, because I have no doubt about what Wellingtonians think about our water infrastructure. We hear it constantly from them. It was the most commonly raised issue in the long-term plan consultation. They want their pipes fixed, they want their water working, they want their water fluoridated, and they want an end to the leaks. They want a modern water infrastructure system, and I'm in no doubt about that, and they tell me it constantly. We do not need more opportunities to hear that from them. I also think it's very misleading to ask them what they think of these reforms when we have no ability to implement what they think. The appropriate place for them to give their feedback is in the Select Committee consultation process. I think that the substantive moved by Councillor Rush and seconded by Councillor Pannett would merely serve to give racists an opportunity to organise their objection to the three water reforms, and I don't want any part of that.
Anyone else want to speak to the amendment? Councillor Paul, thank you.
Just super briefly, I have to 100% total call what Councillor Fitzsimons was just saying. To me, it's pretty obvious what people want, all those things that she's just outlined, but every other interaction I've had with people around the three water reforms has not been, undertones of racism. It's been overt and blatant racism, that these three water reforms are a Māori power grab. And it's easy to want to do more consultation when you're not the community that's being directly attacked by these kinds of, it's just racism. There's no nice, sweet way to put it. It's just plain racism. And I fully support that point there, that doing this further consultation is just giving a further opportunity for racists to organise. So I won't be supporting those moves. Kia ora. And thanks, Jenny, Councillor Condi, for the great amendment.
Mayor Foster.
Yeah, look, thank you. I wanted to go back to the resolutions that we passed in September last year in relation to water reform, and there are three that I particularly wanted to note, which I think are useful, whichever position we end up taking on recommendation 3. The first one of them was recommendation, these are the ones as passed. Note that in line with recommendation 41, the Council will, where practicable, engage with iwi, key stakeholders and wider community around government's reform proposals once Council has further information from government on the next steps in the reform process. So we have to have some clarity around what it is that we're going to be engaging with. And we didn't define who key stakeholders were. We certainly got wider community and we've got iwi in there. The second one, which I thought was interesting, was we also passed a recommendation, which was recommendation 17, note the council will seek an understanding of the community's views prior to the council making a decision as to whether to opt out of the reform. Now, of course, it's unlikely that the legislation is going to allow us to opt out of the reform. So that was possibly a hopeful amendment, which I do note that we actually passed 15 zip at the time. And then the last recommendation we passed was, and again this was 15-0, inform the government that unless legislative reform occurs in relation to council's consultation obligations, this council will adhere to our significance and engagement policy to consult with our community prior to any decision that proposes transferring the assets and responsibility for our Three Waters infrastructure. So again, that relies on what the shape of the legislation is, because the legislation effectively has to say we are taking that power or that requirement away from you. And I've certainly heard this is a big issue. This is one that we normally would consult through the Local Government Act processes. I guess what that's saying to me is that we have to go through that process unless, as I understand is intended, the legislation says no, you can't. Not only do you not have to, but you can't. So there's some things we've said about engaging with our community, which we don't actually know yet the circumstances about whether we can engage and the purpose of that engagement. And I guess that to me makes this a sensible approach at the moment, but that may change depending on what the shape of the legislation is when we get to see it. And look, there is one other, I'm not going to talk about what I think about the legislation, because I see there are plenty of problems with it. We all recognise the need for change, but I see there are plenty of challenges and problems with it. But the one that I do think I did want to raise here, and I think it picks up on what Councillor Fitzsimons mentioned, which is, Mr Chair, which is that at the moment we often get people saying, well, the council should go and fix things, which are often beyond our capability or our responsibility to do. Now, certainly I got plenty of direct feedback to go and fix the parliamentary protest. Now, I went and did the best I could to engage and try and reduce the scope of that, but fundamentally that was an attack on the government, and the government was the only organisation which had the resources to deal with it. And secondly, we have the debate around a gang shooting. Again, we've got to fix it. Now, with the things we can do, there are things which you can't do, and that are other people's responsibility. The danger we have in inserting ourselves in here, and I think that Councillor Condie has said that, is that we can say, well, we'd like your feedback. Now, that can shape our submission, yes, and that's effectively what you're saying in your substantive, Mr Chair. That can shape our submission, but the question is whether our submission is going to make a jot of difference to this government at this stage in terms of the legislation that it seeks to pass. So I'm quite comfortable with this, but if this fails, I'll also be quite comfortable in supporting your substantive.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, looking at you, Sean, I mean, obviously I've got a right to reply to the substantive, but I'm sort of just wondering, it'll be the same as addressing this amendment, but should I... Councillor Day wishes to speak anyway, so why don't we do that and we can...
I thought you were forgetting me again. Yeah. I just want to thank people who have commented previously on this amendment in support of removing the seeking feedback, and want to just talk about our role as good allies for mana whenua, and that being a good ally is not opening up a process which puts mana whenua directly in line of some pretty horrible rhetoric which Councillor Paul has spoken to, and I'm a little bit surprised that this has come forward from particularly one of the people, and I think it's really important that we reflect on our space that we take up and how we use that space. I think that we've got to be careful that we are not caught up in trying to protect something which is actually continuing to block Māori from being able to participate. Our relationship with mana whenua is going from strength to strength, and I think it's really important that we give the space for mana whenua to give feedback in an appropriate way, and that we don't think that we can come in and solve that problem, but also that we don't open up for people who will know exactly what this process is for them. It's an opportunity for them to let us know all the things that they've let us know before, but we're not going to be able to, I guess, defend the fact that we have exposed mana whenua to that process. So I will absolutely be supporting this amendment, and I will not be supporting the substantive. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Some advice, please. So I don't disagree with this amendment, but because it's inconsistent with my substantive, what I'll be doing.
I mean, so Councillor, you're welcome to obviously vote on this amendment whichever way you would like to.
If I support this amendment, it changes the substantive, right?
Support this amendment, it will replace the number 3 that you moved as part of your
All right, well, thank you, colleagues. I will speak. First of all, you know, it seems that whenever there's a discussion involving mana whenua and rights and co-governance, that we want to close the debate down to protect our friends from the racists. And I don't know any. I mean, New Zealand's, got a great variety of ethnicities, and I don't really know that many people who have particular issues with people of different backgrounds and faiths and other. And by closing things down, I do concern myself that you don't allow people to participate in what is a very important debate, particularly the journey I came on. We're talking here about how we take New Zealand forward, and the government's done, well, a lot of people criticise the government's interactions or engagement with iwi Māori in this space, but the particular issue around co-governance has not been raised in an open platform for discussion in the Three Waters space for feedback and for brainstorming and constructive brainstorming. And I think the process has been the lesser for it, and the outcome could well be the lesser for it. So I don't think that that we should concern ourselves with a tiny proportion of New Zealanders who have got fairly radical views around, and racist views. I think you need to give value and support to those majority of us who want to have a say and want to be constructive about it. I guess as a consequence, whilst I am not unduly averse to this amendment, because I do think it gives the sort of opportunity that that can provide feedback, I will speak to the substantive when we get to it as to why I think that's a better route and more fulsome. So as a consequence, I won't support the amendment, but I do welcome the spirit in which it's been brought, and may have even been supportive of it had that been the original substantive. Anyway, so that's all I've got to say. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to the amendment? Liz Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say that I've sat here and I've actually felt a little bit uncomfortable. And what I would like to say is, while I appreciate the comments that have been said, the reason why I won't be supporting the substantive has got nothing to do with racism. And it has, well, I appreciate those concerns that have been expressed that may come up. It has absolutely nothing to do with that. The main reason why I don't support that is because I don't believe that it's our role. This isn't our role. This has been led by the government, and it's up to them to provide a space to hear what people have to say, and they are doing that through a select committee process, and that's the reason why I'm not supporting that. And I heard what was said about why would we give the illusion that we can make a difference when we can't. I mean, even the fact that we can't even opt out of this, the reforms, that's been, we just don't have the space to do that. So I just wanted to make that clear. Well, I appreciate the comments that have been said around the table. I just wanted to make it clear that it's got nothing to do with racism for me. And I have grown up with that throughout my whole life. So that just rolls off my back. And I have to say, the white part of me as well, I've had racism from that as well, being half German. So, I just trying to put it in perspective here and just to make that clear to you all. But ka pai for the comments that have been made.
Thanks, Liz. And so, right of reply?
Councillor Matthews.
Councillor Matthews.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. I just want to speak very briefly. This debate is going in a slightly interesting direction, and I guess thanks for that, Liz. And I agree with you about that it's very clearly not an area we're responsible for, and so this is why I support the amendment. But I also, I guess I would say, is that councillors, and maybe less so you because your email is separate, but we've received a lot of quite full-on communication that a lot of it has been racist in nature. And so I think there is a very genuine kind of concern about what we've seen. And Councillor Rush, I appreciate your kind of bringing those kind of things together about these amendments and that they're not that different, but I guess I do have to take a bit of an issue with the idea that we don't see racism or that there are no racists. It's, for me, it was my family background that I grew up surrounded by racism, and so it's been a journey for me as well. So I think we shouldn't minimise that or minimise what contribution that has happened to this debate, because it is important. And we have, I know those relationships with mana whenua are important to you as they are to all councillors. I'm really excited about Friday and signing that agreement. So, preserving that relationship is also part of our kind of anti-racism work we do as a council and our te tiriti work that we undertake. So, yeah, but back to that main issue. People get sick of too much of engagement for us. We don't need to take on things that are actually not our, let's not take responsibility for things that we can't change. Let's take responsibility for what we can change and do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I guess I'd like to say that I agree, Councillor Matthews, that there's no doubt that we've certainly received a lot of opposition in our inboxes to this reform that has been race-based, without question. And to Liz Kelly, I guess I would say I'm sorry that you've got to the point in life where you've kind of let it roll off your back. You shouldn't have to, and I don't want to be part of perpetuating that, is kind of my concern. And I know who I am. Yes, yeah. Yeah, but I'd also think of tamariki, rangatahi, who shouldn't have to grow up in that and dealing with that in the papers and all of that. So I always am mindful of our rangatahi and the spaces that we're providing for them. Setting that aside, I think the fundamental issue here is that this is not our change, it's not our decision, and so we shouldn't be the ones engaging in consultation about it. Councillor Rush, you said that this won't allow people to participate in an important process. Absolutely they will. They'll just be able to participate in the right process, which is the select committee process, which is where they can actually be heard by the decision-making body. So I have no concern that anyone's being excluded from having their say by us making this decision. We are, in fact, sending them to the right place for their say to have the most weight and go directly to the people making the decisions. And that being said, I ask you all for your support in this amendment.
Right, so the motion's been made and seconded. Ask you to vote. I can keep on thinking it's up there.
I've just asked for a division.
Councillor Calvert. That's carried. Okay, so back to the substantive. And I have to say I'm a little bit, how am I going to say this? Are we going to have does anyone else want to speak to the substantive? Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Look, I just want to say it's a sad day for democracy. We feel that we cannot have a say to the government in what we feel about the reforms and also where we think they can be improved. So very disappointed that that last amendment passed. I absolutely agree that government needs to lead the consultation, but I think what we've seen with Hutt City Council is quite I suppose, an elegant solution to sort of seeking community feedback, and they also was broader around about water infrastructure. I think it's up to us. Select committee is even more onerous than appearing in front of council. So if we can enable a more easier approach, then that might help. And when you think about it, our water infrastructure is worth billions of dollars. It's a key strategic asset of the city. Why wouldn't we go out and seek feedback? It's not a full-blown consultation, but we should at least make sure that we give Wellingtonians the opportunity to have a say about their assets. And I know there's a lot of misinformation going on about the 3 water reforms, and I know some of that information is changing. We know there's more information to come out later in either the end of this month or next month. And I'm sure we'll find the right time to go out and engage. But I think we have a duty to Wellingtonians, given the assets that we hold on their behalf, literally billions of dollars, and to help inform us. So I will be, I don't know where the number 3 is going to go, but anyway, we'll see what happens. But yes, and I won't be supporting number 2.
Next, Councillor Fitzsimons? No? Oh, okay. Talked her out of it. Mayor Foster?
Yeah, look, I wasn't going to speak, but Councillor Calvert, I mean, you said it's a sad day when we can't have a say on legislation and on where it can be improved, but A, we don't have the legislation yet, and we certainly will be having a say. Now, what we're going to say about that legislation will obviously determine what's in the legislation, and I know that this council has taken quite a diverse view, quite a nuanced view on this reform right the way through. There's bits we've seen, yes, there's a need to make changes, but no, we don't like some aspects of the legislation. And different people have different views on that. What the now substantive is saying that we want to make sure that our community is aware of this and to participate as fully as they can in the process directly. Now, the bit that I find really troubling is that we started in this whole process is acknowledging that we needed to make some changes, that we started off with what I would have seen as being a democratic opt-out, opt-in option. In other words, that councils had the choice of what they wanted to do with their assets and whether they wanted to be in or not. That changed to being an opt-out, which meant that you put the onus on councils to go, actually, yeah, we don't really want to be in this, we want to be out, to being compulsory. That's not normally a great thing to do when it's somebody else's assets. So this is government basically saying to councils who are, they might be creatures of statute, or we might be creatures of statute, but we're still legally entities which are separate from the Crown, to be able to say, hey, we're going to come in and we're going to take those assets from you in one way or another. Now, I mean, the shareholding structure that's being suggested by the working group might be an improvement on that to a degree, but it is still whether it's a meaningful gesture or not is a moot point. But those are the key kind of things that I think we are going to
to need to debate. That's where I find it sad that the process has gone the way it's gone, not the decision which we've just made, Councillor Calvert, because I think if we were to say we're going to go out and do some sort of relatively open-ended engagement with our community on something which we actually don't have direct ability to be able to influence, that would simply have led to people thinking that they could have a say on and make a difference when in fact they can't. And we can't either unless something changes in either government's motivation or something a bit further down the track.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. Is there any other, so my right to reply? Thanks. I, as sometimes I do, get a bit confused, have meant to save this really probably for the debate on the amendment. So a lot's been said about we can't change anything, but actually this is a political game and it's about political momentum. And we've seen recently that already the Three Waters has been fraught with some changes, with some delays, and with different changes in mindsets. We've seen senior people within the transition organisation come and go, and I think that there's a level of uncertainty in the government's benches as to exactly what it needs to be in and what needs to be out here. I certainly felt that. I totally agree that government might just legislate and there's nothing that can be done about that. I accept that. But nevertheless, there is a momentum of nearly half the councils in the country who are saying we think there's a better way, and that broadly lines up with a lot of the things that the mayoral task force were saying as well. And as a consequence felt that if Wellington threw its weight in behind those sorts of structures, you've got Auckland also concerned, you've got Christchurch is concerned, and you've got a range of different councils, both rural, provincial, and some metropolitans as well, also showing concern. So to me, that's an opportunity to show some political leadership to our friends in the Beehive. Whether they listen, of course, is a totally different matter, but just looking at some of the stops that have happened in this process and others more recently, I felt there was an opportunity. Nevertheless, I will reiterate what I said from the outset of this. Three Waters reform needs to happen, and we need to get over the aggregation issue, and we need to stop being parochial, and we need to work together. I've got my reservations around this massive entity and how we listen to people here in Wellington who are crying out for sewage treatment, and we balance that with Napier's cry for dechlorination, and then of course you throw in the needs of a cycleway and a new library and so forth, and you're asking the water entity to actually just exclude all those things and just focus on water, and that can be a good thing, but also can actually drive other results, and that's a debate I think that's worth happening. Nevertheless, we are where we are, and I need to wrap this bloody thing up so we can crack on with the other stuff. So that's all I'm going to say. Hey, really good debate, and I really appreciate Jenny's amendment gave us a good opportunity to chat through some of these issues. At some point in time, though, I caution that we will need to provide the council's position on Three Waters reform in order that we can provide that information to the community. So this is not, we need to at some stage, guys, have a korero around what that looks like. So anyway, thanks very much. The motion's been
Can we take number 2 separately, please? And I'll call a division as well on it. Thank you.
Are you supposed to do that while the chair is speaking? The motion's been put and seconded. Councillor Calvert would like number 2 to be taken separately and for there to be a division on all of them. Do you want to take all of them separately? No. Just number 2? Okay. All right. What would you like? Do you want to do 1 and 3 together? All right.
Can we have the motions up on our screen?
Haven't we already voted on 3?
That was an amendment, so now it's gone on. Now we're voting on the substantive. I know. One day we'll sit down over summer holidays and rewrite all the standing orders, make this facilitate, do it much easier. Sorry, yes, yeah. Can we do 1 and 3 together? Please vote. 1 and 3. Receive information and the amendment that has just passed. Good. And number 2. God. Right. Got 10 minutes to get 2 papers done. Which one should we do? That is awesome. Okay. Thank you. That's been carried. Folks, we had officers from Wellington Water through to midday, and that's in 10 minutes' time. I think we can probably manage the statement of intent on our own. But for the 10 minutes we've got, if we can have Colin help us through the OPEX paper, so I'm going to propose we reorder those 2 papers so that the OPEX one comes first. Yeah. I believe that's a unilateral decision of mine anyway, Your Worship. Great. Thank you. Go for it, Siobhan. Well, find mine.
Thank you. So at the end of March, Council agreed to increase Wellington Water's current year OPEX budget by around 4.9 million to cover forecast overspend. Through this, the OPEX shortfall was resulting from an under-budgeting of the cost of reactive maintenance, and it flows through to years 2 and 3 of the LTP. And officers are asking Council to support an additional 9.64 million over the next 2 years, with the intent to pursue the better off government funding to minimise the impact on ratepayers. The committee should note that should the better off funding application be unsuccessful, the rate's impact on this increase would be around 1% per annum. On 14th of April, Wellington Water advised of a risk of an additional $3 million additional OPEX over and above the 9.64 million advised in February. Normally, we would spend more time working with Wellington Water to get us into a position where we could provide officers advice. However, in this instance, it's entirely appropriate for Wellington Water to provide that advice on its additional OPEX requirements directly to Council. So I think we've got Colin online. Colin and his team, yes, we do.
Good morning, councillors. We've got Mark Ford and Kevin Locke with us here.
Good morning, councillors. Mark Ford here. I'm General Manager of Business Services and CFO at the Council, and more recently the Relationship Manager with Wellington City Council too, which I'm enjoying. A number of factors driving our cost increases, and that trend continues from the last 2 years. It's not just reactive maintenance. We certainly want to do more proactive work in the planned maintenance and monitoring as well. And Council was generous enough to give us $5 million a month ago to continue that work. If that trend continues, and we think it will for the next 2 years, we need this additional funding. We signalled 2 weeks ago that there is increasing levels of uncertainty across a number of areas, increased inflation, very tight and competitive labour market, and supply chain issues. The proposed numbers are a forecast at this point in time. What we're doing here is giving you a very early signal that risks are increasing because of our more uncertain environment. Kevin, you're going to just add some comments around, from an operations point of view, the impacts of that.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Kia ora koutou, councillors. Yeah, just to give you a bit of insight into some of the pressures we continue to face. So if I look at customer service requests, they continue to increase. And if I compare the quarter we've just had with the quarter 12 months ago, they've increased, network faults have increased by 12% to an average of 965 jobs per month. You'll be aware we're encountering, more and more adverse weather, so we have to prepare for more storm-related events. We're also seeing inflationary pressures through a lack of skilled and experienced staff in the marketplace. That means we have a higher vacancy rate and have to rely on subcontractors more, which come at a much higher cost. A number of our fittings come from offshore, so we're seeing increased costs there. And we're also seeing the complexity of the work increase, so more bursts across the network as opposed to the routine service repairs, and they obviously come with more cost because they're more complex to fix. So there's just some of the insight into some of the pressures we're facing.
Thanks. Is there any other comments from officers? No?
Nope.
Okay, some questions. Councillor Fitzsimons?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, it's probably a question for our officers, why time wasn't left for you to be able to provide us with analysis and assessment before bringing this to us. What was the pressing need to bring it now without your analysis and assessment? Because there's references to the Annual Plan Long-Term Plan Committee. There's the application for the Better Off funding, which is open till September. So why the rush? Why didn't we get the benefit of your analysis before this came to us?
So we really wanted to get it sorted before the next annual plan meeting, so we could get that clarity over what was actually required.
But there's other meetings before that. That's what, to me, I've put a lot of weight in the analysis and advice I get from our officers, and yet this is one of the very, very few decisions that I can ever think of where that hasn't been provided. And so it rings alarm bells for me. I don't understand why there was such a rush to get it here now without that advice. And it says it a number of times in the paper. Officers have not had time to sufficiently satisfy themselves. Well, as governors, that puts us in a very difficult position because we put our trust in you. So I don't understand what's the urgency and why didn't you have time, and how were you told on the 14th of April of the potential requirement?
So how were we told? So we were advised by way of a memo from Wellington Water.
Okay.
Through you, Chair, can I just say, I think there are two parts to this. One is was my understanding that it was key to get this advice to the Infrastructure Committee this round, because this advice does flow through the Infrastructure Committee, and we have limited opportunity between now and the time the Council approved its annual plan. But secondly, it is actually, as Ms Proctor said early on, completely appropriate for Wellington Water to have the opportunity to advise you directly on its request for funding, given that it is Wellington Water who deliver this service directly to our community. Wellington City Council doesn't. Now, we work productively and in a good relationship with Wellington Water, and you shouldn't read anything into this other than the view that in order to facilitate this request coming to the Infrastructure Committee in time for this round, we suggested that the advice from Wellington Water come direct to you, and so they are here to answer your questions directly, which is appropriate.
Thank you, Ms McKerrow.
Yeah, just to follow up on that though, there are other meetings between now and the Annual Plan Committee meeting, and am I right in thinking that this has never happened before? That we've never not had the benefit of our officers' analysis before? Because I don't recall any other situation where that was the case.
It would be quite normal for our council-controlled organisations to give you advice directly without interpretation undertaken by the officers of the council. So, no, it wouldn't be the first time.
I can't recall another time when that's happened. But I guess my next question is, what analysis? Officers have mentioned the lateness of the advice and the lack of detailed information to report the request. Officers have not had time to sufficiently satisfy themselves that the increase over and above the advice provided in February is justified. So do you now have that information to satisfy yourselves that the increase is justified? Because I want to know what my officers are telling me. I don't want you to just rely on me, because you're experts. You've got whole people who spend their whole jobs doing this. Okay. So is your advice now, after hearing from Colin, can you change that paragraph 23, which talks about do not have sufficient time to satisfy themselves? Are you satisfied now?
I don't think we've got the detailed information to be satisfied at this point in time.
Well, in that case, surely we should be deferring this paper, because if you're not satisfied, I'm not satisfied.
Look, I would just say again through the chair that you have the opportunity to ask the questions you wish to ask of Wellington Water here. I think all Ms Proctor is saying is that normally we would undertake more detailed evaluation of the underlying evidence before bringing the paper to you. We haven't had the time to do that, but you shouldn't receive that as advice not to approve their requests. and I suggest that you direct your questions to Wellington Water.
Well, with respect, I want to know if the officers who advise me are satisfied, and the answer is they're not. So I would rather you spent the time to get satisfied, please. And I don't understand, with the timing of meetings and the flexible delegations, why that can't occur.
Is this a case where this is forecast spend for years 2 and 3, and consequently it's kind of speculative at best anyway, so it's round rough numbers? Yeah, it's going ahead. Yeah, so it's spend to be done, isn't it?
A suggestion to you, Chair, if the council wish, you could approve this request in principle and ask officers to come back with more advice at the next opportunity.
Or just defer it until you've been able to provide the advice. There is no cost to doing that from what I can understand, except we remove it from the agenda today and consider it when you've had time to do the analysis.
I would just need advice as to what the implications of deferring might be.
Yeah, what's the
from
risk?
either our CFO or Chief Infrastructure Officer.
Could we carry on with other questions while they're just getting
Sure,
advice?
yeah, that's a great idea. So Councillor Wolf is disappearing, as noted earlier. Next on the list, Condi, thank you.
Kia ora. I guess I'll start quickly with Siobhan. What detailed information would you need to be satisfied?
Sorry, so normally we'd just ask for a breakdown of how the forecasts were made up.
All right. So coming to you, Colin, I guess my question about you've identified this risk of a $3 million overspend over the next 2 years because of all of the inflation and other issues that you've identified. I guess my question is, what is this? Which projects is this for specifically? Which budget lines would this be going into specifically, the $3 million?
So it's going across a number of budget lines. So it's across essentially Kevin's area, where we do all our reactive and proactive maintenance, our monitoring and investigations, and also obviously all the repairs and maintenance we do to the network. So it's across all those lines. Also with our treatment plants, our water treatment plants and wastewater treatment plants as well, we're seeing costs increase there as well. So it's across a lot of budget lines. And I think Councillor Rush is right. This is a forecast at this point in time, and it's full of assumptions. And our assumptions now change daily because of inflation changes, the number of incidents changes. So it's our best estimate at this time. And that's what you do with financial forecasting. And what we're doing here is just calling out that risk because we see those increased environmental risks happening. So I think, that's where we're at with that.
Thanks. I'm wondering why you haven't been able to provide a breakdown of those forecasts to our staff in order to satisfy them. I mean, to me, it seems like a relatively straightforward piece of information. You could provide them.
We provided high-level information, and so we can certainly dig down a bit lower and talk through with officers around that. That's not a problem. That won't change the outcome. I think the numbers are what they are, and they are a best estimate. I think it'll probably change in 3 months' time as well. So that's why we've signalled to you that there is some uncertainty around this, and that as our best estimate at this point in time.
Yeah, we're certainly familiar with that uncertainty. I guess I'd like to come back to my question about if that information is available, why has it not been made? Why has it not been passed on to our officers when they asked for it, so that we had all the information we needed today?
Yes, we have passed on advice and information. We just haven't had the chance to actually get Wellington City Council officers out to Wellington Water and take them through it in minute detail. We're confident with our numbers.
Sorry. Just before you said that you'd pass on high-level information, not the detailed breakdowns. Now you're telling me that you have passed on the detailed breakdowns, but you haven't been able to talk people through them?
So we've passed on a number of pieces of information, right down to the different line items.
If I could just, could I just have add something on what we've introduced in Wellington Water, and to some degree probably, we haven't got the cycle of that right with the officers yet, is that in the uncertain conditions we're facing at the moment, we've moved to six monthly reforecasting, and we think that's really necessary in the current environment. So when we gave you a forecast in November to work through the 21-22 financial forecasts, we've now proceeded another 5 months, and we didn't want to go into a funding proposition for the next 2 years without having the very latest information. And so reforecasting at the end of March to present in April is a very sound thing to do to make sure that we advise you the best we can. What has happened here, though, is in doing that, we haven't had the full amount of time to work that through together with officers, but it was really important today that as you approach the core decision, we were signalling the uncertainty into the future, and that's what we're doing here.
Thanks, Colin. How would you normally manage this kind of uncertainty? Because there's always, we're also managing uncertainty around cost pressures within our organisation. How are you managing that in terms of looking for other cost savings and reprioritisation, those sorts of things that would be expected to go alongside this?
Yep. We're offering, as I see it, we're making sure that it's really clear what the forecasted risk is to maintain current services, and being really clear about that to council so that we don't provide the full amount of information. What we've got to settle with officers, though, is what is the right level of funding for us to operate over the next 2 years. And when we've settled on that, we may have to make compromises here and there, but every day we'll be looking to try and deliver those services efficiently as possible. It's trying to find an agreement on what is the right level, and also signalling risks to you.
Thanks, Colin. I'm a bit frustrated. I feel like you still haven't answered my question, which is what are you doing internally to manage these cost pressures in terms of looking at reprioritisation, looking at savings and efficiencies and other things? Because when we do our budgeting at this end, our staff bring us that first. They show us that first, and then they tell us what's left over that they can't work their way through. So that's what I'm asking you. What have you been doing in terms of looking at reprioritisation, cost efficiencies, any other levers that you have to manage these cost pressures?
Kevin, do you want to pick up some of that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, some of the things we've been doing to be more efficient, we've been investing in new plant and equipment to reduce operational costs, such as significant drainage pumps to manage storm events. We've been lifting our capability by creating career pathways for our frontline team to invest in training development and lift their capability. We've just completed our first infrastructure skills centre where we've brought through 16 young trainees to introduce them into the workforce, because there's a shortage of skilled labour in the workforce. We're obviously trying to invest more in planned maintenance so we can bend some of the reactive curve over time. So it's certainly those things are on our mind. Beyond that, it does come down to do we perform certain activities or not, and there are trade-offs that we've got to work through with officers at the appropriate time.
Thanks, Councillor Condi. Mayor Foster, your question.
Councillor Fitzsimons has taken my first line of inquiry, and did it very well. We had good work. The question I've got, though, I'm looking at your letter, Colin, and you said that the words there are, you said that costs could increase by an additional 3 million, not would, not will, but could. And then you say, you give us an option, which is either we make provision for additional costs of up to 3 million over the next 2 years, or that we agree to hold the increased operating budgets and review them every 6 months. Do you have a problem with either of those approaches? In other words, we can either say here's 3 million, or we could say, actually, we're just going to see how things go. We're keeping an eye on this, and then every 6 months we'll make a call on what it's looking like, and we'll have the time to do that detailed work. Because at the moment we've just got the option of just considering the 3 million as an upfront approach, or 3 million by 2.
Look, the reason we've updated the forecast in March is because we've been caught in the past by not giving you the signals early enough when you've made decisions. So this time round, when you're making such a big decision for the next 2 years, when we're carrying uncertainty forward, we wanted to give you that signal so that you knew that there was still uncertainty associated with it. And we just think it's very sensible, based on the updated budgets, that we do a forecast every 6 months to make sure you're clearly up to date with those forecasts, and that we are always advising you what's happening into the future. We don't want to be caught in the future by not outlining those risks to you today when you're contemplating a funding for the next 2 years. We just think that's the way we should be doing business, and being very transparent with you on that all the time. We can also pick up that question to be much more documented and clear about what we are doing to make sure that we control our own costs as we forecast those costs going forward.
I think that's the kind of information that a number of councillors have asked for that. So, Siobhan, question for you. At the moment, you've got the wording in Recommendation 3, consider WWL's request to make provision for additional OPEX costs of up to $3 million for each of the next 2 years. But the letter, as it was, and Colin's answer just then, I take it as being actually there is an alternative approach to that, which is the approach which they set out in their letter of last week, saying agreeing to hold those increased operating budgets and review them every 6 months to account for actual performance and updated information. That will give time to be able to assess these things and to keep assessing them over time. Is that an okay sort of approach from your perspective?
I'm just going to defer to Sarah here, who's got some advice there.
So through you, Chair, the challenge with that is if we don't rate for the activity that we expect to have to pay for, we end up debt funding it is the issue, and it's not as transparent. It would be better if we could work to get to a common understanding of what we genuinely expect the cost to be next year, which is what we do. You know, we budget out 10 and 30 years. We should be able to budget next year to be able to do that and provide, I think, what the confidence is that Councillor Fitzsimon and yourself are looking for. What we would need is a commitment from Wellington Water that within a week of a request that we actually get information around what is driving the cost escalation. So I think that's, and Siobhan, please, support or not if this is not what's missing. It's that information where we can transparently say cost escalation driver. That's when we can support the information, the request being made, and we would need that within a week of requesting that information to meet the committee timeframes for next month.
So, but isn't one of the issues there that if you provide $3 million, you've provided $3 million? What ability is there to claw some of that back if that money is not needed by Wellington Water?
No, you don't.
That's a question for both of you, both Wellington Water and sorry?
We'd rate for what?
I know we'd rate for it.
Strike the rate.
But there is a difference between rating it and rating for it, spending it. If we rate for something and we don't spend it, then it comes off, But
do you just standing up?
We wouldn't necessarily provide that funding until such time as there was spending occurring. So we wouldn't actually, it's not an upfront payment. And once the spend occurs, we would provide the payment to Wellington Water. So you're right, we would rate for it and have rated for it if it wasn't spent. But we would also have the funding available if it was needed and as it was being spent.
And then it will become a surplus, whatever was not spent.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That would be helpful. Would that be, from Wellington Water point of view, would that be a way forward?
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. We're relaxed either way. I think, this is a forecast at this point in time. We certainly would like the recommendation approved that approves the extra $5 million each year, and then the additional 3 above that. That will unfold in the coming year, won't it, as we go through the year? And this is about just flagging that risk. And so it's up to council whether they want to allow for that now or later.
Okay, and look, final question is, just in terms of better off funding, that this $3 million will be as eligible for better off funding? No, why not?
Oh, sorry, through you, Chair. We would decide how to apply the better off funding to enable it to meet the criteria that DIA have come out with. So it wouldn't be dollar for dollar. So the cost escalations that are driving this OPEX requests are in things like reactive maintenance. Actually, the criteria, so we would need to rate for and fund that if we approved this. However, we would identify, working with Wellington Water, appropriate projects or initiatives that meet the criteria for the better off funding and apply the better off funding to them. So it's a bit of a money movement, but we would not be putting an application saying that we would be requesting better off funding for increased reactive maintenance costs. We would fund already budgeted and planned for activities and use new rating money to fund this increased pressure.
So there is no offsetting this against, because if you could do that,
it will be offset fiscally.
Well, yeah, if you were going to do that, you'd be offset. You could offset that anyway for the other bits of funding which you think are appropriate,
That's
or
right.
other projects which are appropriate.
That's right. But
okay.
We just need to be careful not to say we're using better off funding for increased reactive maintenance, because that's not really in the spirit of what the criteria are.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that, Your Worship. I may have just missed a little bit of what you were. Oh, Councillor Pannett.
Thanks, Chair. So just following up on that last point, because I was confused by the criteria, Colin and Mark. So we can't get that money for reactive maintenance.
Sorry, that's not a question for Colin and Mark, because they won't make the application. That's a
Right,
Wellington
okay.
City application,
Right.
But we will be spending money that's funded through the water targeted rates on activities that would meet the criteria. It's just not this pressure. We would offset this pressure.
Thanks, Sarah. Sorry, because it looked like the paper looked like that's what we were going to use the money for. Okay, thank you. Colin and Mark, this question is with kindness. Okay, I'm not getting at you. But it just does feel at the moment that we're getting a lot of papers with problems with Wellington Water. So there's a few questions there. Are there any more surprises? What about, are you expecting more cost increases so that you're having to come back repeatedly for more money?
The work that Wellington City Council has done here is to play out what we think the most likely costs are for the next 2 years of the remaining period of operation for Wellington Water. We've embraced that point and we've forecast to them, and when we make that decision, we would operate the services within those budgets, unless there was a really extraordinary event of any sort, which we can work with Wellington City Council, like a natural disaster. The whole point is to set the budgets firm so we can operate, really plan well and operate efficiently for the next 2 years. And we're very satisfied with the proactivity of officers here.
And giving you this money will allow you to do the job that we need you to do, right? So we're not getting any more problems, because like in the past we've underfunded you.
Well, the money, it comes back to the question, around efficiencies and things. But this money is needed to meet our requirements day to day of running the wastewater treatment plants and running the networks. And they're mostly reactive costs because of the age of the infrastructure. We are responding to the breaks and services we did. What you did 3 or 4 weeks ago was increase the funding so that we can increasingly do more planned maintenance as well as reactive maintenance to make sure we can mitigate and manage those networks better going forward. The forecasts we've given you and the budgets we've provided allow us to plan with certainty and deliver those services for the next 2 years, with the only exception being that if there's a really large event of any sort, we would be able to come back and discuss that with council officers. But on the day-to-day running, we're trying to set budgets that give us the ability to run smoothly until the end of Wellington Water.
If it happens. So have you got enough money to do everything you need to do? Given mine, you can always do with more. Well, so I'm a bit different to Councillor Condie. I want to make sure you've got enough rather than looking at.
I think that's a shared question for both Wellington City Council officers and Wellington Water. We work together to make sure that the level of reactive maintenance we do and planned maintenance is agreeable between us, and that can give us certainty to plan for that over the next 2 years. And so, and from our point of view, we've been legitimately been able to ask for more money that we think's right for where we stand for the risk profile we've got. And as I say, the only exception left is natural events, storm events, and other unforeseen breaks that we haven't covered in this estimate, but you understand that as council.
All right, thank you.
Mark, is there anything else on that?
No, I think
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, thanks, Colin, and thank you for alerting to us to which is probably understandable cost pressures. Question is, so in terms of, because obviously we were looking for advice from our officers. From your perspective, have you provided all the information that our officers have requested of you in respect of this amount of funds?
So just to be really clear, what Siobhan has said to you is that in November 2021, we gave you a forecast out until the end of 2024, and officers have had enough time to work through that information. What she has said is that the updated forecast we did at the end of March, because we're now doing 6 monthly forecasts because of the inflationary effects and the reactive maintenance we have to deal with, we have updated you on that. That's where we have forecast this risk of 3 million, and that is the bit that we haven't had sufficient time to fully work through to the degree that Siobhan would require. So, but we encouraged her to put that in the paper because you would not be getting all the information right now based on what we know, which is with those inflation risks and reactive pressures, we are letting you know there's still pressure that we want to manage going forward.
Okay, thank you. And aside from this, with the cost pressures, does Wellington Water have the capacity to do even more if they had the funding on Wellington's water infrastructure?
I think that question is a very broad question,
right?
Because we run the water treatment plants, we manage the networks for customers, we manage the wastewater treatment plants, we do the renewals, and we do the upgrades across the board. And we, at the moment, you'd have to say that there's a strong pressure around having the resources and people necessary to do the work, but we would always orientate our effort and energy to meeting the day-to-day management of treatment plants and delivering reactive customer services, because that's the core service.
Okay. Thank you, Colin.
Thanks. That's all the questions. So I'm quite concerned to hear that our officers haven't had a chance to get together with Wellington Water officers and talk through detail and share spreadsheets. And I do thank Colin and the team for being here to explain, but it's a lot of information to really take on and to really, I don't think it's good governance to be having this sort of detail at this meeting without having the opportunity to really quiz with our officers, Colin. So I appreciate, it's difficult for you guys as well, but I'm going to propose that we defer this paper to the Planning and Environment Committee in the second week of May. Do we have a date? And so that's a motion which is sitting in front of you.
Mr. Chair, can I just make a suggestion? And that is that there is one bit there which is the bit we've effectively already approved for this year, which is the 4.9, the 4.64 and the 5.0. You don't seem to have any problems with that. I think it's the 3 million. So at least could we get that through, and then we deal with the 3 million separately. Well, I'm just thinking of the certainty for Wellington Water in terms of planning, because
looking at you, Siobhan, for advice.
Yeah.
Okay, so
would support that.
Yeah.
So does that mean we?
So we get two through at least.
So defer this paper other than recommendation 2.
Only 2 weeks.
And then we'll approve recommendation 2.
12th of May.
Well, I thought I was being cohesive by deferring it for another fortnight.
Yeah. But
I'm looking at Siobhan.
Can I just ask Siobhan and Wellington Water whether that has any implications, because that's sort of more of the core funding. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, I'm comfortable either way.
Okay.
All right, let's defer the whole paper.
Okay.
And can we get our officers talking, and then we can have a briefing when we've got time to really understand and get to grip them. Jenny's the only one who really understands the stuff. And Diane, I know. Okay, so I'm going to move that motion. Councillor Fitzsimons will second. I'm not going to speak. Would you like to? Okay. Anyone want to speak? Let's vote. Where's my button? Councillor Foon. Keep doing it. Okay, that's passable. Thanks again, Colin and team. We'll take this up when we've got a little bit more time, and hopefully provide some time opportunity for our officers to visit, or perhaps come and visit our offices here in the Big Smoke. So cheers. Well, I've got to go at 1 o'clock. So yeah, okay, let's go. We're going to adjourn for lunch. Does that? I think we could release the Wellington Water guys for the statement of intent. We don't need their officers. We'll crack through. It'll run. Well, let's do the forward program. I've read through it. I do have a few questions, and then we'll see where that gets us. But I do need to disappear at 1. Yep. Can we move the forward program forward?
Thank you. Let's shut that off.
And then we'll have some lunch. But just making sure we're okay to let the Wellington Water guys go. We don't need them for the statement of intent, do we? That's great. Thanks, Colin. Thanks, guys.
Great. Thanks, Rob. Cheers. Thank you.
Okay, so forward program. Oh, I'll have to find this. I'm guessing that's you, Siobhan, is it not? Would you like to introduce taken as read?
Take it as read.
Sort of so the forward program. Yeah, I was going to suggest about the update on Pūroro. Should we put that in there or not bother? You can just do it yourself if it comes. Yeah, okay, let's leave it. So any questions on the forward program? I move it. Any seconder? Councillor Fitzsimons, any debate? No. Please vote green and red.
Sorry, Sean,
Yep.
I had my hand up. Sorry. It's kind of sorry, Siobhan, with waste work that we were promised, it was delayed and it's not there.
Yeah, so we're working on the program for the waste minimisation, the whole work stream. It's quite a significant undertaking to try and link all those pieces together. So there will be an update. We're just working out when that can be.
So I guess I'm a little bit concerned because we had that discussion that we delayed it. It was supposed to be in May and then we're like, oh, we don't have a meeting, so it's going to be June. And now it's not on the agenda. The other question is, do you need more staff to get this work done? Because, we've got a lot to do and, there has been delays to it.
So no, I don't think we do need more resource at this point in time. We have resourced up on this program. We've appointed a program manager. I think we've got a program coordinator as well on it. It's actually just giving us the time to actually set it up as a proper program and invest the time in planning so that we know and we can give you far more certainty when we're committing to dates than we maybe have been able to in the past.
Okay, so when are we going to get that work? Because I'm just worried that we're going to get lots of slippage and then it's going to be August or September or next triennium.
Yep, so we can't give you a precise date now. We'll probably do it as a briefing, but it will be, it'll be before elections.
But sorry, I am really concerned. There was supposed to be a substantial paper. Now we're just ending up with a briefing. So I think I would like some more reassurance that we're really going ahead with this work. And this just does feel like we're now going backwards a little bit.
No, we're taking the time now to plan this work out properly, which is what we failed to do in the past, so that we can actually start achieving what we're aiming to achieve with this. So I understand that you do want some clarity on this, Councillor Pannett, and I just ask you to just stay patient with us. I think we've got a meeting, Chris has got a meeting with yourself and Laurie to discuss our approach and socialise that, and then we'll come back to Council to socialise it with them.
Okay.
All right. Well, the paper's been moved and seconded, so can we vote?
hang on. I do actually want to just make a brief comment. So look, I appreciate that the staff are under pressure and they're really trying to up the game on waste. But I do, we're going to be getting onto another waste paper later on. I do have concerns because it's taken so long to get things done. So, for example, we're getting the trial back 4 years after it was put into the budget. And I'm just not, given that there is some will to get a lot more work done, whether more resources needed. So I just would like to again say that this has to be a priority. The government is now finally coming on board and doing the right thing. And we really, really need to step up our game. Managing resources is at the absolute heart of our ability to survive as a species, and it just needs to be taken incredibly seriously and seen as a massive, massive opportunity on so many levels to do things better. Kia ora.
Okay, now can we vote? Yeah, green. Okay, I've just realised it's 12:30, so I thought it was a bit later. Okay, have we... Terry, Simon's not here. Good. We'll do the actions tracking. Again, Siobhan, should we take this as read? Yes, please. Okay. Are there any questions for officers? I mean, I did have a couple. So there's a number here which say they're complete. Will they fade off the next one? Yes. The ones that are green, they fade off. Yeah, and I just see that the first one here was about the analysing the minimisation and waste disposal options. We've done that, so that can disappear. Item 96 talks about this sewage sludge project, Jasmine. Officers will report back in early 22 with the final business case. It's now not due till Q4. Just wondering, is that just a COVID slippage?
No, not entirely. It's just taken a bit longer than anticipated. Not really COVID. One thing I'm not going to blame COVID on.
Okay. And
it had to be informed by the engagement, the levy engagement as well. So that pushed that out.
There's a couple of items that we agreed in the March meeting in regard to supporting Ngāti Toa. And I just wondered, the comment is it falls within the remit of Wellington Water. Should we be writing a letter to the Wellington Water Committee to document that?
Yes, we can. Yep.
Okay. That's all I have. Any other questions, folks? No? Okay. Shall we, it's been moved. I'll move it. Can we second it? Second, Councillor Calvert. Any debate? No? Good. Pushing the right. Okay, so the next one would be the statement of intent. That's carried. So are folks wanting to, are they hungry now? Do they want to have a break? Should we do the statement of intent? No, I'm all good. Yep. Well, yeah, I thought it was a 1:30 meet, and but something's sort of slipped up on my diary, to be honest. Yeah. I'm happy to crack on the statement of intent, but through to 1. Okay, what about those online? Yep. Okay. Great. All right then. That's item 3.4. And I'll ask Siobhan to introduce the report.
Okay, the statement of intent, Wellington Water's response to the Water Committee's letter of expectation, which it received towards the end of last year. A key point with this statement of intent is that it acknowledges reform and transition is the priority. And we support this approach of just focusing on core services rather than maturing the company and growth of the company. Some of the work streams are not seen as regional priorities, but we have funded those to provide our level of service required. We support the focus of looking after the existing infrastructure. And beyond this, we're working with Wellington Water to improve the specific quarterly reporting that Wellington Water provides us, and as Dougal alluded to ensure that a transition plan is stood up and monitored. So we're working with the shareholding councils and Wellington Water to ensure a smooth transition to the new entity C in July 2024. So the process for the statement of intent is for feedback to go to the Wellington Water Committee through WCC shareholders representative, which is Councillor Rush, and they will discuss what recommendations could potentially be adopted, but it needs full consensus to make any changes to the statement of intent. So I've asked Chris up to the table too. So Chris Matthews, I'm not sure if you've met him in person. You might have only just seen him over Zoom. So he's our wastewater and resilience manager.
Chris? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Does anyone have questions for Chris? No?
It's perhaps not a question for Chris, but I'm just interested in the approach to preparing Councillor Rush and soon to be Mayor Foster for the Wellington Water meetings, and whether that's, because I know last time we talked about it, that was going to be formalised. How's that going, and what does it look like? Like, will Andy be given a briefing document with some key points and key questions to raise and areas of concern? Like, will he be prepared to go to the meeting run by our officers?
So the appointments are going to be dealt with tomorrow? Oh, sorry.
Well, whoever our person is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a good question, Fleur. So in the past, it's very much relied on an informal process. So we will be looking to make that more formal with some briefing notes and so forth once we get the agenda for the Wellington Water Committee out. Yep.
Yeah, I and not being no criticism of Siobhan, it used to be that Mike and I would get together and sort of chat, and that was a process that he had put in place, and it's not one that I sort of carried on. So, but normally officers do attend, and I try and either get a ride out there with them and make sure that if there's anything of controversy that I should know about, then that's what happens. That didn't happen at the last meeting, and there were COVID reasons for that as well. But I do think that you're right, though. There needs to be a more formal process because it is important.
Yep.
And it's very technical as well. So, going along and sort of looking at the high level stuff is all well and good, but getting the officers briefing on the technical aspects and ramifications of certain decisions is really important. Okay, so no other questions of officers. Mayor Foster?
Yeah, just one. There's a couple of things you highlight in the non-priority work streams. So can you just sort of unpick those a little bit? It's the bit around the baseline funding of 250k for sustainable water use. So what that was intended to be used for, and how that will work as a non-priority work stream. So it's not being done what I'm taking is it's not being done at a regional level, but we still ask WWL to do something at a city level, and likewise with the critical asset condition assessment. So how does it, particularly the latter one's fairly obvious because you can actually focus it on the assets which are within Wellington City. But sustainable water use is a little more difficult because often that has been done at a regional level. So how's that going to work?
I'll just ask Chris to answer that one.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me now? Okay. So on the first one, that's really focused around leak detection. So we've funded them to continue the leak detection for Wellington City. And the other one is really around the public education around water conservation. And as so there are some various Facebook campaigns out there and other forms of media that they're using.
So in terms of that behaviour change work, are we effectively taking on a cost which is having benefit across the region, but we're paying for it all?
I'd have to talk to Wellington Water about exactly where how that's applied.
Okay, and
but the indication that they've given us is that the money that Wellington City have put forward is being used only in the Wellington City area.
Yeah, well, if you're doing things like Facebook campaigns, it's very difficult to limit it to a particular geographical area. And how are we determining how effective that program is?
Well, they do annual surveys, as I understand it. So I'm happy to take an action and come back to you with the effectiveness of that.
Okay. And in terms of the critical assessment, asset condition assessment, so obviously we put a lot of money in there to do that work as part of the government reform process funding, and I think we put some extra in as well.
Yep.
That got us the front end of this. What are we expecting to be done going forward into the next couple of years?
Well, we've funded them, and they've provided us with a critical asset management plan, and we're happy to report back on exactly what will happen.
So we're just talking critical assets here, not the high level ones, because they said they've done all the work along the critical assets, but they were then getting into the high level or the high importance ones.
Yeah, so they've done very high criticality assets, so we funded that through the stimulus funding.
Yes.
Yep, so now they're moving down to the next level.
Which is?
High criticality.
So we've got very high criticality and high criticality.
Yeah.
Yeah. What comes next? Critical?
Yeah, probably.
Crikey. Okay.
Okay, any other questions, folks? All right. Then does anyone want to move the motion? I'm happy to move the motion. Have a seconder, Camille Foster. Any debate? I mean, I'll say a few words. I have to say that coming from a private practice or a private sector background and using these statement of intents, they seem to be a little bit ethereal. They a bit of motherhood and apple pie, and I'm not sure, but I think they do provide some direction, and I think the Wellington Water guys generally do, and our other CCOs genuinely do actually try to respond to them. So they do have value in that sense. So, but I also recognise that this particular statement of intent in the next couple of years will be very much about transition, and we need to be mindful of that, and that might mean some of the other priorities that we normally have are less high up the food chain. Anyone else want to speak? Mayor Foster, no right or reply. Okay, if you'd like to vote, green or red, appreciate it. I did it again. Okay, that's carried. Okay, well, is that an appropriate time to adjourn for lunch, folks? I think do you want to try doing the priority investment? Yeah. And then it's just the waste papers, right?
Yep.
I think it's a good time to break.
I am so hungry.
Yeah, so am I.
So, Sean, can I just hold people for about 30 seconds when we've got the cameras off as well?
Okay, I just would like to say something about the priority investment report. Just say it's really well done. I think it gives a really good snapshot, gives a lot of level of detail, but I'd be interested in feedback, but I won't be here, but it's great. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. I will adjourn the meeting.
Adjourn the meeting, and if we can turn the camera off.
Turn the camera off.
What about us?
Live stream off.
We want to know.
Kia ora, anō. I hope everybody had a good lunch or is still having a good lunch. Welcome back to Pūroro Waihanga. The next item on our agenda is the Priority Investment Quarterly Report, and I'm going to welcome Siobhan Proctor to introduce it.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping to introduce our new PMO manager, Andrew Cowie. Unfortunately, he's had to be called away on a bit of a personal emergency, so you'll meet him next time, I'm sure. So this is on our second priority investment report to come to committee. We've got 16 projects in total. That's one extra from last time, seeing as we've added Nio Gorge at the request of this committee. These are projects to help us achieve our priority long-term plan objectives and meet the requirement of the Infrastructure Committee's responsibilities to monitor and provide oversight for significant projects within its area of focus. You will see by the cover report as a strong focus for COVID impacts. So in particular, COVID's impacted on our supply chains over this reporting period. We've also had quite significant extensions of times claims from our contractors, which just pushes out the deliverable timeframes of our projects, but also obviously incurring additional cost to them. Although we haven't really managed to evaluate what the impact of that cost is as yet, that's still coming out over the next few weeks to months. We probably have got business owners online. I'm hoping we've got most of the business owners online. So we're happy to take any questions about specific projects or about our approach in general. Yeah, just far away.
Kia ora. First, I've got Councillor Pannett.
Thanks, Siobhan. And look, I really appreciate these reports. I think they're very, very important. First question is, the St James is marked red, which, look, I get there's a problem, but was that a bit over the top? Because one of the criteria apparently for red is to stop the project, which clearly, well, we won't be doing that.
Yeah,
just to explain that.
Yeah, so red just means that you're unlikely to achieve one of your, what we call that triple constraint of cost, deliverables or scope. Given we're so close to finishing St James, it's marked as red because it's going to be delivered late. So it was due to be complete by the end of May. We're now forecasting just over a 2-week delay due to COVID, which is actually pretty blooming good considering what the impact of COVID was on this particular project. So that's why it's red, and it'll stay red till it's complete.
Okay, we might have just been being a bit harsh on ourselves, maybe. I don't know. The next question, the Project Management Office, how many people are in there?
I think we've got 5 in the Project Management Office. 4. There you go, Rob's putting his fingers up, 4.
Right, so they're people that have specialty in managing projects across different disciplines, like whether it's water or community services or whatever?
Yeah, so they're all project specialists in one way or the other. We don't run our projects out of the PMO though. It's not a delivery PMO. So the projects are run from our business units. So they have business owners, which tend to be our business unit managers, and they'll have project managers managing each of these projects. So the PMO's role is to really improve our capability in this area. Also looking at putting in a project management system so that we've got much better reporting that's connected into our finance system. So it's really around a capability lift, also providing governance oversight. So most of these projects on here will have governance boards, which are made up of at least one ELT member will be the senior responsible owner for those governance boards. And then if we need external specialists, we often have those, if we've got people who are specialists in construction, we'll often have those on the governance boards as well.
Okay, thank you. Progress on the Chinese garden, how's that going? Part of the Frank Kitts redevelopment.
Like lightning, Liam's there.
Yeah. Look, I'm just trying to get online to see if my staff are online, but I'm sure they are. I'll start if Phil's not already there. Haven't heard an update from the Chinese garden themselves. As you know, councillors, they already have a permit issued, but you'll know in the program of works that we're reporting on in this particular cycle indicates that we were due to report back on the development plan for Frank Kitts Park June 22. After we explored the nuances of the waterfront framework and the significance engagement policy, the legal team advised we needed to go through quite a comprehensive program to consult on some of the changes to Frank Kitts Park, including, of course, the earthquake-prone car park and the Whale Malai Trust's proposal for that site. So There's been a delay in that regards, but there's been no update I've received from the team regarding the Chinese garden, unless Phil has is online and can provide something.
I can probably just add to that. Liam, Rachel here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can,
yes,
Rachel.
We can, Rachel.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, there was silence there. So I've been working closely with the Chinese Garden Society. We've ran 2 workshops to date, just really to start thinking about, with the demolition of the car park, how does the Chinese garden need to be rethought? Because obviously the Chinese garden was wrapped around the car park, and now we need to think about, in the current context, how that would change. So they're kept up to date with the program and the subsequent change to the schedule, and they're well aware of what's going on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Liam, last question, since you're here. The district plan, there's a few flags there. Are you confident that you can still deliver into a high quality standard, just given you've got some staffing constraints and so on?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, so look, you'll note that in the update we're still very sure of getting it to you when we say we will, which is, of course, through the process in June and a decision in July. But it is difficult. It's troubling to see the vacancies not only in Wellington City Council and the consenting area and the strategic planning area, but it's reflected, of course, in the region as well. You'll see Hutt City struggling to find planners. But in this instance, we're under control. We have pretty much finished the writing of the plan outside of some tweaks and changes to get it to the proposed state. We're really in the establishment of the Section 32 reports, and there's a number of them. So we're confident we can hit that date in June and July, but it is, of course, always going to be challenging, particularly post-COVID, to keep these roles fully accommodated within the quota of staff we have. But again, we're out on recruiting for that team leader role, and we've got several other roles being recruited for as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pennant. I've got Councillor Calvert, followed by Councillor Foon.
Thank you. Sorry, I just joined a couple of minutes late. Are we just into general questions on the priority investment report?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. I just wondered from officers, whilst it was really good to see the individual projects, how does all that information aggregate upwards? So what are some of the more common themes going across the projects, common risks, common challenges? And just wondering, do you pull that information, or is that something you're intending to do, or do you report it in some other way?
Yeah, so at the moment we're just reporting it project by project, but in terms of, and you did miss the intro, I think, Diane, in terms of the common themes coming through, risks here, it's all really COVID related, so the impact of COVID on our contractor resource, on construction delays, on increased costs due to material supply. You know, we've had some really quite shocking figures come through around the cost of steel. So those are the general themes for this quarterly report, when we're just trying to manage the impact of that across the programme generally.
Yeah, I suppose it's in the body of the report. Is that something that you're going to be intending to pull together rather than just talk verbally to? Is that something that can be in a report, so that we're quite clear about what those common themes are in our material?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we can put that in the cover report for the next quarterly report to have those common themes come through. Yep.
Yeah, if you could. So it's a bit like portfolio management when you've got a group of programs or projects, and how do you aggregate them upwards with some common themes, and also costs, because I think the other thing is there's obviously a lot of additional costs now, and at what point do they, I suppose they come into the annual plan stuff, but it would be good just to get an oversight of how all the extra costs are adding up.
Yes, so we're looking at doing that. I think we've talked about that in previous meetings, where we're looking at doing that review of the capital plan during May, to see what the overall impact is going to be. At an individual project level, we obviously monitor those costs against thresholds. So once they go above a certain threshold, it will require a variation to the original business case. When projects had business cases, and then that comes back to the delegated authority to approve.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Calvert. I've got Councillor Foon followed by Fitzsimons.
Kia ora, another Frank Kitts Park question. As we need to go through the more significant consultation, I'm just checking we don't need to go take the Chinese Garden Society through that consultation again, do we?
I don't believe so. There would be nuances with some amendments to their resource consent, but if Rachel's still online, I'm sure she can answer that more wholesomely. Thank you.
Yeah, so essentially it depends on the outcomes of the design process. So we've said from the outset with the Chinese Garden Society that the intent is still very much there from a Wellington City Council perspective for the Chinese Garden to be in Frank Kitts Park. It's just how is that going to be redesigned with the demolition of the car park. How that redesign eventuates with the Chinese Garden Society will determine what's required from a resource consent perspective, whether that's a minor amendment or whether that's a full consent required. So we can't answer that question until the design phase is completed.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Councillor Foon. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just want to ask about the transitional cycleway Newtown to City, and just for an update on the discussions with the supermarket in terms of enforcing the number of public car parks there.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So we have an update on that. I think Vida is online, but I'll just answer initially at a high level. So there was an agreement signed with the supermarket owner. That owner has since changed hands, but what we established since that session we had with council was that actually there's an easement and a requirement as a result of the easement for those car parks to be provided. And we've started negotiations with Countdown. I believe the officers have been in contact with them and arranging a meeting. But in fact, if Vida is online, and if she isn't, that's okay. We can come back and maybe answer the question via an email, but she might be able to provide a bit more detail.
Yep. Hi, Liam. I am on line. I can't provide much more detail than you have just provided, but yes, we have been in contact with Countdown and are working with them on signage and making sure that it's clearer. And we can get back with an update once we've got a bit more from them. But that contact has been made, so thank you.
Thanks. Given they have failed to comply with an agreement and now an easement, will the council be seeking compensation for the businesses in the surrounding area from the supermarket?
Well, I think not at this stage, through you, Madam Chair, not at this stage, Councillor. I think we're trying to connect with the current owners of Countdown to explain their obligations, and when we'll work out how we provide any compensation if required at a later point in time. But we want to be quite clear with them. They may not be aware of it, and so we want to start the relationship on a good footing and explain what their requirements are.
Unfortunately, I suspect not being aware is not really a very good defence. And I would ask officers to look into the possibility of compensation, particularly for those surrounding businesses who haven't had the agreed parks provided, and particularly given the history of where we actually found out about this in terms of Laura. My other question is, given that we decided that officers would seek compliance with that agreement, why isn't it referred to in the update? So how come a council decision doesn't translate into this report?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think the only reason is timing, but it may be that the project management group that looks after the content had already populated the report prior to the decision, which was last week, was it, or week before? But my guess is that otherwise we can make point in time.
Yeah, I guess it's a point that I've raised before, is that quite often when officers translate things that happen with Island Bay as well, if it's a decision that happens at this table as opposed to being original officer advice, it's often lost in subsequent reports. And I guess I'm just asking that you make sure that just because it was us that made the decision, not officers, that it does then form part of the other compliance and assessments as we go forward.
Thanks, Councillor Fitzsimons. Councillor Day.
So my part is about Frank Kitts Park Playground, which is very exciting. It's green. But I am just a little bit curious about the mana whenua artwork costs and just when it talks here about either de-scope
What does that mean?
It's not a project I'm directly responsible for, but I'm happy to try to answer that. I'm not actually sure what the de-scope reference is. If staff are available from the infrastructure team, perhaps they can. I do know, however, that the cost of the cultural design narrative in the playground increased. And it's crept into some of our contingencies. So in terms of de-scoping, it may be relating to the physical works, but the actual cultural narrative, as my understanding, is very much still in play.
Yeah, so all we're saying here is this is just standard practice for any project. If you've got an element that is looking to be more expensive than you planned, then you either do a de-scoping or you apply for approved budget. So until they actually can articulate what that impact is, then they'll take it to the governance committee for a decision.
Because, so this is the part of the playground where there's the waka, is that what that part
I'm not sure.
is
I don't know what the detail is, and I'm not sure we've got any of the, because I think this is Paul Andrews' project.
I guess just a little bit concerned that it might be the mana whenua artwork that gets de-scoped and not other parts of the playground. So just the way that it reads, it's a little bit probably not quite accurate and quite right, but yeah, if you could have a look at it maybe and just see where it's up, because I think it is quite important that we get that right on the waterfront particularly. Yep. So yeah, thanks.
Kia ora. I've got a couple of questions. One is about, Siobhan, how are we managing the cost escalation risks? Kind of generally speaking, how do we go about managing those cost escalation risks across projects?
So generally we would, we have our project managers would reforecast every month, and it's at the point at which our project forecast starts exceeding the budget by a given level, usually around 10%, then we start looking at, okay, do we need to go back and get approval for that increased cost, or do we look to, and we talk about value engineering, so do we look for cost savings elsewhere to try and stay within our budget?
Thanks. And then I had a question just in response to one of the answers about the Miramar cutting cycleway, where the cost overrun was due to discovery of underground services. And just generally, how do we manage that risk in terms of the underground services risks? And is there a way we could be doing that better?
Oh, yes. So generally how we manage it at the moment is we put quite a large contingency in a project investigation, because that is by far for horizontal works usually the biggest source of cost blowouts is these discovery of unbeknownst underground services. We have got quite an exciting project underway at the moment where we're looking at actually scanning all of our road corridors so we can see exactly what utilities are in the road corridors, and then implementing a process whereby we fulfil our duties as a corridor manager and we require utilities to provide us with accurate as-built, so accurate plans of where they have got their utility structures. So we're sort of leading the way here in terms of New Zealand to actually trying to compile a very clear view of what's exactly in our road corridor, which will mean that we can save significant time and money on all of our horizontal projects, including water projects.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any further questions? Mayor Foster.
Thank you. Now I've got my screen back up again now. The first question was under the sludge treatment plant, there's the comment about the Mile Point treatment plant capacity. When's that report going to be due?
I think it was in the question and answers, and I think it was
August. Sorry, my apologies.
No, I think it was August 2022. I'm just trying to visualise it. Hang on, I'll see if I've got it here too.
Yeah, here it is.
Yep, August 2022.
Okay, cool, that's fine, thanks. Going to Frank Kitts Park, have the Chinese, I got the impression the Chinese Garden Society hasn't been made aware. Have the Whale Malai Trust been made aware? And I'm presuming that the code for those, the challenges there are both around the waterfront framework and also the consenting process.
The Chinese Garden Society have been made aware, and the Whale Malai Trust have been made aware as well. And Liam and I met with the Ministry of Culture and Heritage as well a couple of weeks ago, so they're fully aware of the program change.
Okay. And just in terms of the risks that you're seeing there, is that both consenting and the waterfront framework?
Yeah, so it's consenting that the waterfront framework, we're not seeing it as a risk as yet until we have the design developed for the development plan. We don't know. We need to make an assessment whether it's in line with the waterfront framework or not, and that will be a divestment of asset decision as part of the landowner approval process.
Okay, cool. And look, final question on that particular one is just in terms of have we now got really good, clear advice on the seismic conditions there, both ground and buildings of the existing building, and also the relative costs of demolition and rebuild of the park versus non-demolition and building on top of it?
So we put a memo together for you specifically around that, and I'm not sure if it's made its way to you, but I'll make sure that it comes to you. Essentially, we've got the Tonkin and Taylor report for the ground conditions, and then we're also getting homes at the moment to put together specifications for all the relevant options for the car park, and we'll have that QS soon. So we're working on it, but I'll make sure that gets to you.
Thanks for that, Rachel. And did I have any others? Just on the transitional cycleways, Botanic Gardens to waterfront, can you just expand a little bit on the learnings from Newtown to the city and this business readiness phase, increased communications? Does that mean just we're going to tell people more what we're going to do, or does that mean that we're going to talk with them and we might amend some of the things that are proposed?
Liam, would you like me to answer that?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So, Mephisto, we are taking those learnings from Newtown, as we've talked about, and trying to establish this business readiness phase, as we're calling it, and that is making sure that we are engaging with those key stakeholders earlier. In Thornton's case, we have, since the meeting that was held out there, been around the different businesses, got some feedback. The design team is currently looking at them, making tweaks, and almost ready to go back to those businesses again to see if any of those options have improved the situation for them.
Okay, so it's an ongoing conversation.
It's an ongoing conversation, and we're also really focusing in on that business engagement and have somebody that is focused on that part of it.
Yeah. Okay, look, thanks, Peter. I look forward to hearing more about that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Foster. Last call. Any further questions, councillors? I don't have any in the room and I don't see any online, so we'll just move on. I am going to move the motion. I won't speak very long, but just to say that, I'm really conscious that Ms. Makero, when she became our Chief Executive, the PMO is one of the first things that she started working towards setting up because she felt that was capability that was needed in the organisation. And it's great to see it coming to fruition and getting to see the second report, quarterly report that we've got here. It's really great information. And it's great to get feedback, such as from Councillor Calvert, about how the report can be improved, because we are on a journey and it is new. So all your feedback about what's working for you, councillors, in this report, or what other information you might want to see, is really welcomed, so that we can really tailor this report to be as fit for purpose as possible. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Foon, thank you so much. Would you like to speak, or would you like to reserve your right? Okay, I'll call for any other further debate. No, I was told that if we finish before 3:30, we don't have to take a vote to extend the meeting. So everybody seems very committed to that. Excellent. So there being no further debate, I'll put the motion, and those in favour, please press kakariki, and those against, please press whero. That's my te reo. That's my te reo for the day. Thank you, councillors. That's carried unanimously. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is 3.5 Parakai Miramar Food Division Diversion Trial. And I've got Stephanie Stedman to introduce the report, and I understand we might have a presentation.
It's been taken off. So.
Oh, that's been taken off. Oh.
Are you online, Stephanie? Or was she here? I know, so I'll introduce it. Yeah, that's fine. So this is an update of the Parakai Food Diversion Trial in Miramar, ran over 12 months, involving diverting residential food waste from 950 households in the Miramar Peninsula. The aim of the trial was to measure the effectiveness of 2 different methodologies for diverting residential food waste from landfill. The first methodology was enhanced home composting, so compost bins, worm farms and bokashi systems. And the second was a weekly curbside food waste collection service. So in total, 500 of the households had a weekly curbside food waste collection, and the remaining 450 were provided with free compost bin or worm farm or a bokashi system. Key findings were that most participants were interested in council-provided compost bins, most participants supported a curbside collection for food waste, funded by rates, less were interested in community-run collection user pay system, and less were interested in community-run systems with local drop-off points. The maximum people were willing to pay for any collection service is $100 per year, and the key concerns with composting systems were smell, rodents and bugs. Cost of the trial was $320,000. There's currently no organic waste processing facility within Wellington City or the wider Wellington region, which could process food waste collected on a citywide scale. This matter is being considered as part of the resource recovery network expansion business case, which our team is currently undertaking. We're also developing end-of-trial communications with the participants and the service provider, and the results of this are going to inform part of the curbside services review, which is also underway at the moment. So I believe that Stephanie's online.
I am.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm so happy to answer any questions.
Okay, councillors, we have questions on this paper. Councillor Foon.
Yeah, thank you for the work. It's exciting to get it back. And would officers say that this has been, the outcome been useful information in the development of the broader target to collect organic or food scraps from Wellington City in the future?
Yes, I think it has been very useful. Especially the comments in the surveys that have come back, which will lead into better learnings for how it might get rolled out in the future if we were to roll out such a service. Also, the interesting findings with the comparison between what was being diverted through a composting system versus a food waste caddy being put out on your street for weekly collection.
Thank you.
Thanks. I've got Councillor Pannett.
Thank you, and great work. I got that into the budget in 2018, so like there's some fantastic information there. Thank you. I was just wondering, would the base levy be able to be eventually used, especially when it's increased, to fund infrastructure to deal with these kinds of systems?
Pass this to my colleague.
Hello. Hi, Emma. Hello, sorry to pop into the screen. But potentially, yes, I think that would be appropriate in the future, and is certainly something we would like to talk to MFE about in the future as well.
So I have expressed my irritation to Councillor Foon about the Hut and Pūroro doing something different to what we're doing. Are you confident that there can be some regional cooperation, because any kind of facility would need to be done regionally, really? And are the relationships in place, because it will take time to do this, get ready?
We're definitely talking to Hut and Pūroro about this work. They're aware of our work, and we have invited them to join with us. They are not interested in that at this particular time, but it may be in the future that we do come together, and there are ongoing discussions. Certainly one of the next steps for us for organic processing is doing a technologies investigation, so we may be able to work together on that. It seems to make sense, but we are continuing to discuss it at the regional level.
Can I strongly encourage you to do so, because it was always, as you know, meant to be about regional cooperation. So just in terms of the pathway, obviously it's taken a long time to get here, and then particularly Laurie and I are keen to see progress. So walking back, we get the sludge out by 2026. What's the critical pathway? Are you working on that through the resource recovery work to make sure that that facility is there, the systems are set up, the funding's worked out, and really only less than 4 years?
Yeah, so the organic processing plant is an option being considered as part of the broader business case. There are other dimensions to this, and once that business case has been presented to the council and that has been approved, then there'll be the next step for the planning and the design if that is to go forward as a preferred option. I think we're looking at integrating it as their final business case, potentially funding with the next LTP, and potentially there may be components that come through into the annual plan next year.
Okay, so hopefully by 2024 we can see some real progress. Yes, yeah. Okay, yes. Thanks, Emma.
Thank you, Mayor Foster.
Yeah. Two questions if I can. The first one is around the cost side of things. You said $100 is the maximum, so sort of $2 a week is the maximum. And I know the paper sort of doesn't really indicate what the cost of actual collection and then there's processing as well as is likely to be. But can you give us a rough feel for what that might look like?
Yeah, sure. So obviously the cost of the trial are not comparison because of the small scale. We are doing some modelling to look at what those costs may be, and it depends on a number of factors, obviously. I believe that historically there might have been something which came back at sort of around $60 a household, maybe, potentially, but it really depends on a different number of factors.
That seems to be a fairly critical part of the equation, doesn't it? And that is that $60 per household if every household in the city participates, or just a reasonable number?
Yeah, and it might change depending on what facilities were involved, what collection methodologies, frequencies, all sorts of things. So it really needs to be modelled for us to be able to give that level of certainty about what it would look like, and that's definitely something that we'll be looking into.
Just following up from Councillor Bennett's question around processing, and this might be a Siobhan question actually, is it possible to process the organic waste along with the sludge, given that they're all essentially organic?
You mean in the sludge minimisation facility?
Yeah.
Probably not, but I'll take that away, Mayor Foster, but I suspect it would not be possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. I have a question, which is just, I'm interested in, given we don't have an organic processing facility, what were we doing with the food waste scraps during the trial? Like, how did we process them, given we didn't have a facility?
So the ones that were being collected were being brought to the Southern landfill to be composted here, but it's not suitable for large scale organics.
Okay, so we had the capacity for a small trial, but not for a citywide. Yeah, thank you. And I guess just looking at number 2, which is up on our screens, looking at how we might be able to continue the Parakai. Oh, it might not be on your screen. Okay, but there's an amendment looking at continuing the Parakai collection service. What are the barriers there to continuing for those households who have been using the service?
Oh, sorry. So in terms of, So the barriers are we need the land to be able to continue that processing of the number of houses that were participating. It's still quite small scale, but too large for some of the community gardens around the city.
Okay, thank you. I've got,
Can I just also add to that? So this was only ever intended to be a trial. As I've stated in my response back on this, I am reluctant to divert officer attention away from the activities we've got, which are the core waste minimisation activities of developing the resource recovery business case and undertaking the curbside review. All of this, both of those key pieces of work are being informed by this trial, but it's really important that we bring those to conclusion so that we have some really justifiable and defensible options to move forward with. And I think continuing this, which was going to be trial and trying to now implement it permanently, will be quite a significant distraction. I'm not sure it's going to achieve an awful lot at this juncture.
Thank you. I've got next on my list Councillor Day and then Councillor Pennant.
So my partai is around, I was thinking about if this just did stop altogether, has there been any thought about whether some of the residents who have now got into the habit of putting their food waste into a bin and putting it out on their driveway, whether there's an opportunity or an option to talk to them about having a compost on their section? Because I know that they didn't get a choice at the beginning as to whether they had, those were the ones who were basically told you're going to have this service. And I just feel like, there are a group of people who have now changed their behaviour, and it would be really sad to go backwards as another option, saying, well, would you like it? And even going forward, like actually people in the suburbs potentially could still be doing, they might be better off doing compost bins because of the fact that we haven't got the land to do that, whereas our central city residents in the long term are going to need some sort of option where it can be taken to another site. But I just wonder if there's some opportunity to look at that a bit more carefully, because people have now changed their behaviour, and that is massive, and you don't want to underestimate that. And I think that's where people are coming at it from, wanting to have something continue for those people.
Yes, I think that's a really good point, and it's something that we were discussing today. So the comms that will go out to these people, to participants, would include that. As you're quite right, the behaviour changes is good, and we should keep encouraging it. So whether it's compost bins or worm farms or bokashi, we have learned a lot from the trial, so we'll be able to help tailor that to specific households as well, to make sure that their needs are met.
Thank you. And just another question, I guess, also for the people having done all of the forms of composting that were there and completely understand the bokashi bucket issues. I guess one of the things we haven't really explored, because I don't know, did people get an option to switch during the trial if they went, actually, a bokashi bucket's not working, I'd really like to have a compost bin, and try that? Was there any option for people to change during the trial?
I don't believe so, no.
Because it would be quite interesting to go back to people and sort of dig into that a little, it's a good term, to find out a little bit more about, where they came to with it, because clearly we've got a group of people who have actually really thought about this and given some things a go, and I think there's still some opportunity within there to make some progress.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Day. Councillor Pennant, you did have your hand up, but have you changed your mind? Changed your mind. Alrighty. I do have a question. I've just asked Councillor Finn if she was all right taking questions now about the amended substantive, and she said that she was. So I was just going to ask for further advice from Ms Proctor about the amended substantive number 3. And again, could you pop that up on the screens for those who are online?
Yes, I think we're happy to support that.
Well, that was fast. And then, councillors, if anybody had any other questions about the contents of 2 or 3, this is the moment. Or any further questions? Councillor Byrne has further questions. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, it would be good to get feedback from officers just on Amendment 2. Like, I know that we've been in discussion, but it would just be good to flesh that out for everybody to understand. And I know you've just done that, but what would officers see, just to start off with the positive, would be the benefit of this program, because the intention of this is to have another group take over the work so council isn't actually involved anymore, and enabling the community to move together to make the change. But yeah, what challenges do officers have with that process, and what positives can officers see?
If I can answer that question, we've spoken to 2 service providers. One was an EnviroWaste, and it's not a commercially viable option for them. We've spoken to Kai Cycle, who compost the material. They currently have no capacity at their facilities to take that compost material. They have approached the council to see if we can make available our public space to enable that for them. There's a few barriers with that, and one is on reserves land, that it may be contrary to the primary purpose of the reserve. So there's that issue. And there's also the resource consent dimension that would need to be addressed if land was found. Despite that, we are looking into any potential land that could be appropriate and available that we could assist them with. So we would like to see them taking over, but the fact that they don't have capacity to process their waste at the moment is inhibiting that.
Thank you. Councillor Day.
I just want to sort of dig into a little bit more the staffing around this and the concern that it could sort of, I guess, detract or distract from other mahi. And I'd like to understand that a bit more and see if there's something that we can do at this, point to sort of, I guess, boost that. Or it just feels like once you've done a trial like this, if we don't sort of keep that momentum going, it's, it is a big loss because you lose that kind of the energy around it. And obviously this has impact that goes just beyond parakai, because it's actually it's people's whole approach to the way that they live changes through this process. And I think, there is some really important benefit to our city.
I appreciate that, and I think your point earlier about potentially enabling a transition to a home composting service if a private company or another operator can't take over. I think in terms of a rollout perspective, one of the key learnings that we have taken from this is that the percentage of uptake is relatively low, and that is partially because the system as a whole hasn't been designed to maximise the uptake. So if we were to roll out a curbside system, we'd need to think about the frequency of waste collection. We'd need to think about how often recycling is collected, and really an enforcement, and make sure that the system is equitable and rolled out for everyone. So I guess I'm sort of reluctant to continue paying for a system that is only accessible to part of the community, and it doesn't really optimise the amount of food waste they're averting. We can do better, and part of the modelling will present how we can do better when we report back on that. So if we were to introduce a system, this is how we could optimise and maximise the amount of waste we're diverting. And we need to think about it as a holistic systems perspective. So yeah, my personal opinion is that we would look to offer a composting service if they were interested in that when we cease the service.
Thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons?
Yeah, my question's really a bit of a follow-on from that, and I guess it's to officers, but maybe also to Councillor Foon and Pennant. I mean, there's a lot of subject to the findings of this and the availability of that, and then it's by the time. It just feels to me like there's a lot of outs on that road. How can we be more direct about making sure that the committee still has this on its agenda? I mean, you can put it back on, but I sort of think we've done this trial. I had such high hopes that this would lead to expansion quite quickly, but now there's like a whole lot of subject to the findings of that and the availability of that and then this. It just feels like there's a lot of obstacles that's basically being set up to fail. And I guess I'm keen to know about how we can do it, send a stronger direction about how you overcome those obstacles, because it just feels like this feels to me like, I mean, I know the battle that's been to even get to today, so I'm just kind of like, we seem to be setting ourselves up to set in place a whole lot of barriers, and I guess I'm interested in how we can remove some of them or have something a bit stronger.
So we're not setting up barriers, but we are trying to follow a process, and we're trying to now put some structure around our waste minimisation projects and goals. So we need to complete our business case, our resource recovery business case. We need to complete our curbside review so that when we are ready to make that decision of how we go for the long term, we are confident that it's the right decision. And we're now on a track now where we're getting some program structure around that, so we can bring that back, as I said before, to Councillor Pannett. We will be bringing that back within the next few months to show you what that program looks like, to give you a bit more confidence that we are working on these things. So we're not deliberately trying to put barriers up. We're just trying to make sure that we've got the right focus on the right things at this point in time to enable us to make progress.
Okay, I'm just wondering then whether it would be helpful to have a more aspirational aim that we cement as the position of this council, and then you go and do other work on it. But I mean, maybe that's for Councillor Food and Pennant, but I just know how decisions in this council work, and actually having some things which you can hook around and say the position of this council is that we are working towards this, or that we support this, or something is kind of helpful. Anyway, maybe just to think about, because I'm just a bit worried that it's got a lot of kind of probably quite important bureaucratic hurdles, and we haven't sent a message about the value we place on this.
Can I just pop in here? This is actually coming also from Councillor Matthews. So I actually must say I do like, you know, in principle, or the aspiration of this council is to remove waste, organic waste, from our landfill, and then you could put in the process part. How does that sound?
Yeah, maybe Councillor Matthews can. We can do some messaging and work up a. I mean, she is an international expert
love that.
Organic waste. No, she is. She is.
Thank you. And I guess, you know, just to provide some of my own feedback into that, looking at item 2 there, while I do support, like, how do we help these people who have made behaviour change to continue, I feel like that item goes a little bit further than I'd be able to support based on some of the conversations. So whether it would be useful to take an adjournment at this point, and let's have a chance for a quick kōrero. Yep. I'm going to suggest that we take until past, which is like 12 minutes. So we'll come back at past, and we will hopefully have some new words.
As long as we finish by 3.
Yes. to look at it. I'm going to hold it open for questions for officer advice at this point as well. Councillor Wolfe, did you have a question?
Sorry. Does this have officer support? You do? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we can support these.
Thank you.
Councillor Day.
So that people online can hear, I asked a question around number 3 and whether there would be a possibility for council to provide compost bins to those trial participants who had the food waste collection service and may want to transition to composting their food waste at home now, whether there's any opportunity for council providing them a compost bin or a discount to a compost bin. I just wondered if officers wanted to speak to how they might work that through, investigate or whatever how you'll look at that.
Yep, so we will investigate that possibility as part of that action.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Day. Further questions, particularly online? All right, I see no further questions. So let's chug on. Councillor Foon, I'd like to invite you to move this paper.
Wow. Thank you, firstly, thank you to Councillor Pennant, because without your mahi last triennium, we wouldn't have the Parakai Marae food diversion trial. And I know you worked hard to make sure that the money was available for this and that also that it came into play. So thank you. Also, thank you so much to officers. I know that this has been I want to say a labour of love. Perhaps you might describe it in another way, and I also know that councillors have been very eager to get the information back from the trial to inform the decisions that we need to make to move towards zero waste, a circular economy, and reducing our emissions. So it's good to do these trials. We've learned that when we provide a good option, we can really have an impact on behaviour change. We learned that that the collection service is more effective than the composting and the worm farms and the bokashi. And we also saw that nearly 39% there was a decrease in food waste, which is a really good outcome. And although it's lower than what our original measurements say, but actually it's still a huge amount of waste per household. And actually even 16.4% of a reduction through the composting option was really good. One that I'm really interested in is 34% said that it was saving them money, and that's really, this is something that gets overlooked in these conversations, because we often talk about there's a new system change rather than saving money. So, and actually one of the big ones for me was that many of the participants were motivated by their desire to do something good for the environment, and that just shows that this is a major independent act that people can make. So, and going forward, I think in the next paper we're seeing, and we're going to see that government is almost going to require councils to put in an organic scrap collection. So there's only one way here. Also important to mention, we're actually behind. Many other councils have got this system in place already. And we acknowledge that for the financial reasons, I say financial over sludge really, because really it's a financial reason that we are deciding to hold back until 2026 when the sludge is removed from the landfill. So I do want to thank Councillor Matthews. I just want to say that although, Councillor Pennant and myself are probably recognised as the advocates around waste, it is really important that we've all got our eyes on this. And Councillor Matthews brought a fresh perspective while I was down in the weeds, and I really thank you for that, Mahi, and just keeping it simple and asking some good questions. So I will let Councillor Matthews speak to her amendments, but I really respect that today in number 5 we've got this council supports Wellington City residents having access to an organic waste collection. I think that's a good aspirational statement to make. Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons. But I want to talk to the number 2, which which we've just had a bit of a discussion about. But I think what is really important here is that it is hard for each of our different, I want to say project managers or ELT members or groups to see across the whole of council. And this is one of those examples when there is an across council view. And it is tempting for our amazing waste team in the mahi that we do, but to think about controlling these systems with one option. And I'm really asking us to create space for other ways of doing things. And this is what we were talking about back in October, which is when we're trialling or working with our other organisations to just test and see what results are by doing that. And we have to recognise that we're 4 years away, maybe 5, from actually being able to make this foul swoop. And I don't think our communities want us to not do anything in that time. And I would rather say we are doing something or we have done something. So Amendment 2 really is about not letting the business go and enabling community groups, if they are there and ready and have the opportunity, to be able to pick up the customers and keep moving with this behaviour change. And the reasons that we've talked about a lot are huge. There is the education piece, the behaviour change piece, there's the development of local jobs in horticulture. Many young people are doing this through Welltech and at Wellington High. There's the composting alchemy, there's the soil health, there's the which relates to our ecological emergency, there's the reduction of emissions, there's people being able to participate in that individual action that they can do for the environment. And then there are the benefits where it helps build community, it builds individual health and community well-being, the independence in building local food solutions, especially for those that are vulnerable. And it is one of the best examples we've got to move toward a circular economy. And this is actually why we have signed the Milan Food Pact and developed a food future plan for Wellington. So it's a whole picture. And as we discussed in the LTP last year, we moved an amendment to, there was a resolution to enable composting on council land and reserves. And so we have got a program where we're working towards that, and I've just had an update from Jenny Rains that she will come back to us with an update on that. Also, it is hard for community groups to keep a relationship with council for reasons we've discussed. That actually, the other thing I wanted to point back out is that on Kaicycle's website, they are actually oversubscribed at $360 per month for organic collection. So it's not everybody, but lots of people really want to do this. So I guess this is asking council to work with community groups if they are there with the purpose of enabling the continuation and potential expansion of this service. And I'll let Councillor Day speak to your input. But otherwise, yeah, thank you. Thank you. I ask for your support on this, and I do just want to thank officers again for all the work that went into this trial and giving us some important data.
Thank you, Councillor Foon. Before we go on, I just want to let everybody know that we are at exactly quorum. So if anybody needs a wharepaku break or something, please let me know, because don't just disappear, because we will have to take an adjournment. But I'm more than happy to take an adjournment if it's required. So I just wanted to pass on, just checking that Councillor Matthews, you're seconding this. Is that correct?
Councillor Pannett is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Councillor Pannett, I invite you to speak as the seconder.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll try and be brief because I appreciate people would leave before 3:30. Look, for me, this issue is fundamentally about readjusting our relationship with our planet. The waste and the exploitation has to stop, and I appreciate that there are different cultural perspectives on that relationship with our environmental. Some people will see that we are part of it, but it does need to change. I would like to thank again colleagues, because you again have said, look, we have come in behind Councillor Finn and myself and said we can do better. So thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons, for your excellent question. Councillor Matthews for pointing out that the amendment last year actually wasn't strong enough. So thank you for putting that face on it, and for all the great questions about saying, look, we can't just stop with the trial, we need to go further. I'd like to thank council officers who I've worked with, and particularly there was one who's now left who actually, when I said to him, look, what do I do to really push this agenda forward? He said, do this trial. So I just want to shout out that there are some amazing people here doing some great work. It has been incredibly frustrating though, which is why I'm pretty stroppy about this. I want to see significant progress. I want to see resources put into this area to get the amazing wins that I know that we are capable of. And I do believe very strongly that if we set up the right systems, people will use them. If it's easy, cheap, affordable or free, even for those who need it, they will use those systems and we will reduce our waste. So I take great heart from the trial. There's lots of really useful information in there. We do now know that bokashi bins might not be for everyone. Some of us love our worm farms, but other people may just find it easier for a service like Kite Cycle to take it away. And I think that's really, really useful because we do want to make it easy. We don't want to make being a good environmentalist a burden. It should be really, really easy. So I look forward to seeing some more work in this space. We've got so much going on. We have to get the resource recovery network set up. We also have to make sure that we find some way to process all this wonderful organic material and return it to the planet, the source of all life. Thanks, everyone.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Pannett. Councillor Matthews.
I will preface my speech to say I'll be very brief, and I will be as well, just because I know we're late and we've only got just enough people. But I just want to say that about this wording is to just make it really clear that we're going to do this, and it's not just one of a list of options anymore. We are going to do organic waste collection, and if we don't decide to do it, government is going to make us do it anyway. But how awful that we have to do it because government's going to make us when actually we really want to do it. And, you know, I would say in this area that community expectation is changing very, very quickly. And I think otherwise we'll find ourselves like the situation we're in water, where community expectation has got ahead of us. And I don't want that to happen here. As an advocate for denser housing, this is essential. I know with new developments we will be, you know, working with, you know, buildings to ensure that they have those waste systems in place. But, you know, townhouses, etc., your smaller kind of apartment buildings and things like that, we're going to need to have this facility available because not everybody is going to have a garden. And actually what we're going to have is more community gardens and more, you know, things like this, composting across the city. And I guess I just wanted to, you know, this is something I've talked about a lot, so I'm really excited to support Councillor Fern and to really be clear about what we're doing. I remember I had a conversation with a voter before the election where we were talking about, I'm not the waste warrior that Councillor Fern is, but I have to confess when I can't refuse a plastic bag, I reuse it so many times and I wash it and put it on my line. And I was talking with someone about that. It's kind of weird. Like, I'm going to make the most of this plastic bag. It has to come into my possession. And I just want to make sure that, that, you know, this is so widely supported. It is that like we're doing it too late. And I prefer to do things when it's a bit edgy and, you know, we're kind of ahead of, and we're showing some leadership. But never mind. This is still better than not doing it. So thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Matthews. I'm going to speak and then I've got Councillor Day. I just want to talk through everything that's been said, but also just acknowledge some of the comments we've had from Ms Proctor about there are some really important and significant interdependencies that we've learned as we've gone on this journey, Councillor Fern, since we started at Council. And it's really great to see a program of work starting to come together because that's what's been missing. Like when we arrived here, there's been some, you know, amazing work done by Councillor Pannett and Councillor Fern in those first kind of year when you were getting your feet under you. There was some great stuff, but it's seeing that all start to come together to be not little bits and pieces that are happening, but seeing a program of work coming together that I think is really encouraging. And you know, really keen to support staff to kind of continue to make sure that it is coordinated as a program of work and supporting it to drive that forward. And I just also want to acknowledge that particularly in the last few months, I have seen a significant kind of re-gearing in the bureaucracy as you see, you know, Siobhan, in your area, that this is getting staffed up. And you can see the kind of slow wheels of bureaucracy very, very much churning to support the aspirations that are represented here. So that's really encouraging, and I just want to acknowledge that work that's going on and acknowledge how much we're looking forward to the reports that we're going to be seeing in the next few months that put this all together into a program and show us the journey and how it's all going to fit together, because that's really important as well. Councillor Day.
Kia ora, thank you. Yeah, so I just want to speak also to the community expectation side of things, and obviously we have, I guess, raised some expectations in one community, and we knew that would be the case when we put the trial there, and there will be some people who are finding that the trial is working really well for them, and it is hard to, you know, think that there could be a bit of an interruption to that for them, and so I guess that's where that number 3 is around just trying to see what we can do to support people to still feel that they've got some momentum and some impact on what they're doing. Because I think it is really important with all of our changes we need to make in the way that we live. There's sort of processes that people go through, and you know, for some people that will have been a start just actually consciously thinking about the fact that their food waste should be treated separately to the rest of the waste. But you know, that now that people are thinking about it like that, some people might actually be ready and open to trying something different, but we'll also find that, as I said before, it has had an impact on people's other parts of their life and the choices that they're making. And actually, when you start dealing with your own food waste in a more thoughtful way, you start thinking about how much you're actually not using, and I think that's a big part of the process as well. So I think with whatever we do, we always need to be mindful of the fact that, you know, whilst I do agree that food waste collection will need to be an option for many people, because like Councillor Matthews, I agree that people won't all be able to deal with it on their own property, we do need to make sure that for people who do want to, that they can actually think about dealing with their own waste on their own property if they can, because actually we've had, for many of us, we've had a lifetime of just kind of going, oh well, someone else's problem now, I'll leave it at the gate and it's gone. And so I think there's some work that we need to do around the fact that it is actually part of our community. You know, the community gardens provide a really important space for people to connect with a big part of their life. You know, we can't survive without food and water, so we should live amongst it and we should be part of that process. So I think it's really encouraging to hear the way that staff have worked through this trial with the community, and I think that there will be a lot of I guess learning in the way that we move forward and how we do help communities come along with this, because some people, I mean, I grew up with a compost bin in my garden, you know, my father was a keen gardener, and many people were actually like that, because actually for our parents' generation, they grew up through a depression and, you know, they knew how to do this. And so I think for many people it is easy, but for a lot of people it's not, and so the education side of it is really important. So yeah, I look forward to seeing where this goes. I'm really happy to see that we've got something that people feel like, you know, we've really got a way forward, which is cool. So thank you to the people who are trying to charge forward with that. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Final call for speakers before right of reply. I don't see any, so I'm going to hand you back to Councillor Foon.
Okay. I really do want to support Councillor Condi's statement, and I really do reflect that you do have a lot of frustrated councillors who have been waiting and working on this for a very long time, and for some of us that's why we're here at the table. And so I just want to acknowledge all the work that our teams do. I know that our teams are greatly respected in the community, and the work that we do, and specifically on our, you know, our landfill. I was going to say our beautiful landfill, but, you know, nearly. You know, that's what we want to get to, you know, like, yeah. So, yeah, just want to acknowledge all of our teams, and that what you've got is a group of very enthusiastic keen councillors. That's what you've inherited, so who are really wanting to support you to go forward with this mahi. So just know that we do that. Yep. Thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. This motion has been moved and seconded. I put it to the vote. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. All right, we're on to the final item of today's agenda, 3.6, Transforming Recycling, the submission to Manatu Mō Te Taio, Ministry for the Environment. I'll hand it over to Siobhan to introduce this item.
Great. So this paper is seeking your approval for our submission to the Ministry for Environment on transforming recycling. It's requested feedback on 3 initiatives. One is the establishment of a container return scheme that provides people with financial incentive to recycle drink containers, meanwhile reducing litter pollution. Improvements to household curbside recycling. So currently no one type of recycling is collected by every council in New Zealand. The Ministry is proposing to introduce a nationally standardised system of materials available for curbside recycling, and over time this scheme will include access to food scraps bins at curbside. Separation of business food waste, requiring businesses to collect food waste separately from other waste. So all very topical. Generally, we consider these to be very positive initiatives. We have, however, provided some specific suggestions, including more emphasis on waste minimisation and circular economy principles. We advocate that a broad scope of recyclable materials be included to avoid confusion for customers and businesses, and also note that our support for the container return scheme is subject to the availability and convenience of these return stations that allow customers to easily access the refund process. Our draft submission also highlights issues specific to Wellington and emphasises the need for policy changes to be met with appropriate funding from central government. And here we have, so Emma's online, we have Alice Ash from our strategy and policy team who's helped put this submission together, and Jenny Elliott, who is our waste minimisation manager, also available to answer questions. Would you like to come up?
Kia ora team, thank you for joining us. Councillors, do I have questions? Councillor Wolf, please.
It's actually the same questions I asked previously. The amendments, are they supported by officers?
This is my first time using this microphone. Okay, is that okay? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we definitely support the amendments. Me and Councillor Foon had really good conversation yesterday, and although there is a lot on there, which I appreciate, they're all additions and they all help to strengthen the submission rather than take away from the direction of our original submission.
Thank you.
I'm not going to ask a question. I'm just going to thank the officer and Councillor Foon for bringing these up. So I think it's a good thing to do.
Indeed. Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Good submission. So really appreciate all the work that's been done on it. I'm just wondering, sorry, and I hadn't actually read Councillor Foon's all of her amendments. I'm just wondering, are we able to even strengthen it to make it mandatory, and then for the ministry to really work with councils to come up with cost-effective solutions so that they can be rolled out throughout the country rather than every council doing its own thing, which I think is incredibly wasteful. Because I know some councils just won't. I mean, you can't even get a recycling service in Upper Hutt, right? It's just too difficult.
Let's try this again. Do you mind repeating the last part of the question about which councils would make it mandatory? Because should we be saying that actually it should be made mandatory? It's just like water regulation, right? Because it's so critical environmentally. And then, but is there some capacity building that MFE could do to, in terms of providing, say, intellectual IP to, help set up systems so that councils aren't having to do the work all themselves and doing it separately, so that you're getting a lot of duplication?
I was just going to ask Councillor Pannett, sorry, can you just clarify which element of it you mean? So there's the container return scheme, there's the standardisation.
Oh, sorry, apologies. Sorry, the organics. Sorry, the organics. Sorry, I'm still on organics. Sorry.
Right.
So the organics would be rolled out across all councils in New Zealand. There's the two differences there would be they've got two different rollout dates. So 2025 would be for those who don't already have existing facilities, and 2030 would be the mandatory date for those councils that do. But it would be a mandatory for all councils by 2030.
Okay. I think. Sorry, I didn't quite. And the capacity building.
Yeah, I think it'd be very difficult to come up with one scheme that could be rolled out or suggested across the country, given what we found, even trying doing an organics trial in Wellington, and just the different topographies and everything else that we have to deal with here. So I think it'd be very difficult, but I think there's lots of learnings from the other councils, or councils including ourselves, who've already trialled systems. And I do like Councillor Finn's suggestion as well, that we were widening it to say that it doesn't necessarily have to be a curbside collection, because that might not be the best solution in all areas, that we widen it to allow for the likes of community compost sites or whatever else might work for different councils.
So would you object, Councillor Fern as well, just to a small amendment for the ministry to look at ways to build capacity and help, and that could be a broad range of ways of doing that? Because I just think it won't work unless there's some serious support behind.
I'm fine. There's a lot there already, but if you can squeeze it in,
I'll just write something up really quickly. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, it just occurred to me now. All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions from councillors? Councillor Foon.
There's so many questions actually, but I'll just go for one. The lids on the container return scheme. I actually didn't want to bring this up, but it is a confusion. So just talk us through your reasoning on what you brought forward and why you think that's the best way forward for the CRS scheme. Because we're going to be talking about lids forever and a day now.
We did have a lot of discussion about lids when we were putting this together. Let me just find which question number it comes under. Yeah, so we'd put that we were unsure. Lids is quite complicated in terms of curbside collection. We absolutely want lids off, because if not, we find that we get so much contamination within. And if the lids go into the system as well, then they go to the recycling plant, they're too small, they cause issues with the machinery, or they drop out and end up going to waste anyway. And obviously they're usually a different plastic to the actual bottle itself. So with curbside, I think we're really clear that the preference is to stay with lids off. With container return, it's a bit different, because for the consumer taking their items to the container return point, it's maybe cleaner and nicer for them if the lid stays on. Depending on the technology that's used as well, then the container return point can identify contamination, so it would quickly spot if there's a bit of liquid or something within the bottle, and it would just reject it. So in some ways, lids on can work well at container return. But if we're trying to have a really simple system for consumers, then we want consistency across the board. So it is a really difficult one, which I think is why we landed on unsure. I think ideally lids off would be the preference, potentially with a collection of the lids separately at the CRS. Mm-hmm. But we've landed on unsure because it is complicated.
Yeah.
Maybe you could start a CRS Geeks Club and we could sit round and debate it. Yeah, poo breakfast, yeah.
Councillors, do we have any further questions, just while we're waiting for that wording to come through from Councillor Pannett?
Our officers, in terms of the financial opportunity for council, how are we feeling about this transition? Because it is quite a big shift in our system. So, for our own, the way we're set up financially now, can we see a way forward? Are we confident with the way that could look for us?
I can start. Yeah. There we go. So interesting you say about the opportunity, because there's two parts. So with the CRS scheme first, there is a potential opportunity for council to recoup some of the refunds that are emptied into the recycling bag. So essentially, if they're forfeiting the deposit and putting it into recycling bags, that can then maybe be recouped by council. Also, potential financial opportunity if if this does lead to less recycling on the streets because it's going into the container return units, that could mean that we don't have to maybe do as frequent collections. So, that's something that will be worked out over time, but that is a potential opportunity there as well. Have you got anything?
Yeah, and then also potentially the opportunity in terms of, say, the tip shop or whatever other resource recovery facilities we have in future, if they are then collection points, then they would be paid in that regard.
Thank you. So we do have some wording. Can we put that on the screen for Zoomers? Zooms. You'll see there's a J there. That's the wording we've received from Councillor Pannett.
Sorry, Jenny, it's not elegantly worded, but I'm sure that officers and Laurie can tidy it up.
Yep.
Is that okay?
It's fine. I've got Siobhan.
Alice is a guru. She'll sort it out.
Siobhan's nodding away next to me, so I think we're all good.
Yep. Thank you.
If there are no further questions, then we could move the paper. Councillor Foon.
Okay, this is going to be a recordly quick move. So this is a really exciting day, actually. This is one of those moments you've got to take and go, yay, in my time sitting on council, that this long-awaited, particularly the CRS, but, looking forward to the streamlining of curbside recycling, which I think many people know has become an absolute nightmare, and how we just bring that back in and build onshore facilities to be able to process. We can't send it away anymore. And then really looking at the organics and helping businesses to separate food waste, but also looking at a mandatory system for local councils. So this is a big day. I think the big thing is it is really important to recognise that this is one of the first kind of product stewardship programs that is being rolled out by the government. So this is really to be applauded. And it is taking the onus off councils, which we've been in the situation of having to deal with it financially, and this is now bringing it onto the onus of the producer. And so even also there are two financial streams. One is that there's the 20-cent incurrence on the purchase, and then you get that 20 cents back when you take it back, and to the producer it ends up being at this stage about 3 to 5 cents per item for them to be able to be involved in the scheme. But I think the key things here, I just want to thank the officers, really good submission, really excited to be able to present this on behalf of Wellington City Council. Alice, thank you for entertaining how we could get to those. So just thank you everybody for your support on the amendments. They really are about strengthening, clarifying, and just a few key things to make that. For the council, we really do want to focus on support for the other systems that are emerging. So like the refillables, that's a really big opportunity. And actually that's the behaviour we want for the circular economy. So we don't want the CRS scheme to cancel that out. So how do we help them? We also want to focus on the broader governance. So I'm not a big fan of industry-led being the governance, and actually it could be useful for local government to be on the governance, or possibly iwi, or what does that look like if the governance is broader? And then the other one is really making sure that the mixed model return, and that will benefit as opposed to, say, just supermarkets, that will help us as a council, but also help other community groups to start that good old-fashioned return scheme. And then you're also able to provide educational facilities for the full behaviour change at the same time. So those are just to acknowledge that in some of our past recommendations, that iwi have acknowledged they are interested in this space, and so we've wanted to make sure that government has a strong intention to work with iwi where opportunities arise. So just thanking everybody for the support. I know it's a submission, but it's really important, and it helps us to get aligned in our view as well. So kia ora to officers and for the support.
Kia ora, Councillor Foon. Councillor Matthews, you gave me a little bit of a heart attack there when you stood up. I thought, oh gosh, I'm going to lose quorum, but you were just going to show us your beautiful refillable milk bottle. Who's seconding?
Councillor Pennant.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Record short speech. I just want to thank the officers for the great work, and having given a brick back to the Labor government, I want to give now a bouquet, because actually this is really, really fantastic. So thank you, and obviously following on the work from Eugenie Sage, it's a game changer. Well done.
Kia ora, that was a record. Any councillors, any further debate? We've got a councillor all ready to vote, in fact. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and say we don't have any further debate, and that we will now put this motion to the vote. Please vote accordingly. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Just while we're getting everybody from online to get the votes, that is unanimous. That was our final item for today's meeting. So thank you very much, everybody who made it right to the end. I'm going to declare the meeting closed, and let's have a karakia. Unu here, unu here, unu here, ki te uru tapu nui. Kia wātea, kia mama, te ngā, inana, te wairoa. I te ara takatū. Koia ka eria ake ki runga. Kia wātea, ai rā, kua wātea. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, Jenny. See you, everyone.
Cheers. See ya.